Association Croquet World Championships. We've been going about 20 minutes now, so I should first introduce myself. My name's Andrew Gregory from England, and sitting next to me, to my surprise, is the manager of the event, Jeff Sue.
Good morning.
Jeff,
good morning, Andrew.
Shouldn't you be doing something?
Well, the way I consider my job is if I'm doing nothing, that means I've been doing my job well previously. So at the moment, at least for the next hour or so, I hope that I can continue to do commentary.
Excellent. Right. So we're on court 6, as we will be throughout the event. There are 2 games going on. I'll mention the second colour game, which is Ben Rothman of USA against Ewan Burridge of England. They're playing the second colours. Looks like, I haven't really been watching, so I don't know what's happening. Sorry. But I have been paying attention to the first colour game. That is between Callum Highland of Australia and Rhys McCorkindale of New Zealand. And I know nothing about Rhys other than he's Logan McCorkindale's brother. Logan's a well-established Kiwi player. He's here as well.
22 years.
Oh, and apparently he's 22 years old. I misread the hand signals. He
Right.
came to the qualifier, which was here earlier in the week.
And he played very well in the qualifier. He won 5 straight games and assured himself of a spot right away. Well, not right away, but
You're managing that
as
as
soon
well,
as possible opportunity. Yes, I was.
Goodness me.
Well, it was an excellent opportunity to just sort of prepare for this with a smaller event and take care of some details day by day.
And Rhys won all 3 of his games yesterday, so that's an excellent start. He's sort of ranked number 8 in the block, but he's clearly a lot better than that. Who did he beat? I've got it here. He beat Debbie Lyons and Jordan Waters and Hugh Pettingill. He's one of 17, I counted them, 17 undefeated players, which is quite a lot, but we'll see how that goes.
Well, and some players only had 2 games yesterday, but yes, that's still quite a lot of
Well, I think
players who are feeling
one
pretty
player
good.
only had 1, didn't they? But that's unfortunate because they had a
That
bye
is
as well.
true, yes.
Yeah. You're only half dozen games behind where you might have hoped to be, so that's okay, isn't
It will have to be okay.
it? Yeah, no, it's just not a problem. First day is always, players are settling. The games can take quite a long time.
And it takes a little bit longer to get the first game started. There's always some extra business to take care of with the hoop setting and so on, as there was yesterday, although we were very close to on time. But it is new hoop holes on a lot of courts. They're quite set quite narrowly. The players are a little bit rustier, a little bit more nervous, and so you do expect games to go longer. And also just because of the order of the block rounds, you do get, for example, the 7v8 or 7v9 or something like that games, and those are naturally going to take a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's perfectly optimised, but I can't remember. I think it might have been Ian Burridge, but we used to do the block just random, put 10 letters in a hat and we play in this order. But we've come up with the idea now that on day 3 of the blocks, which will be tomorrow, the numbers ranked 3, 4, 5, and 6 all play each other. Is that right?
That's right. It's a little mini block of 4 of the players who are the most likely to be on the cusp of qualification.
That's right. Just to remind you, 4 players qualify from each block. So the thinking is the top 2 will probably be okay, and then 4 spaces between 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Though Rhys is ranked 8th, and he's going great guns. Anyway,
and he's clearly playing way above his ranking grade.
Absolutely.
Not surprising given what I've seen of him in the qualifier.
Rapid improvers. There's lots of them about. We saw. I hope you're watching the fantastic game between Jack Good and Reg Bamford last night. So that was excellent management, putting that on the show court for us.
Well, I'm especially glad that it actually finished.
That too.
So we've got a really interesting turn here by Callum. He's very challenging shots he's played. He had started this turn with a sort of mid-length hit-in, which he hit absolutely center ball, and then had a long roll-up to try to get a rush to hoop 1 on the ball that was in the middle. Went past it, so from near the peg, rolled to hoop 1, had what was probably a 3-yard hoop, which he ran through to the north boundary, then hit another 10-yarder in the middle, another croquet stroke and a pretty good cut rush, a long approach to 2, and another hoop stroke powerfully through to the boundary, and now it's starting to look, I won't say easy, but he's just a couple of good strokes away from having turned a very adventurous start into a settled break. If he doesn't run past this, no, that's looking very good. So really confident approach, taking that 3-yard hoop shot at hoop 1 when the opponent ball was waiting there on the other side, and just not hesitating at all as he carries on with his break.
In fact, it's reminiscent of the 4th turn of the game. So at the start of the game, Callum went first and put a super shot, and really very close to the peg, 3 or 4 feet southwest of the peg. And then Reese went just south of corner 4, which Callum missed from a balk, thus leaving a double, which Reese duly hit. He ended up rolling up to hoop 1 from the end of a balk, or near there, left a 6-7 foot hoop, which he ran down to his hoop 2 pioneer. And he still didn't have a break, and then he's played some excellent shots, and then failed a 4-foot hoop 3 with a break in front of him.
It's funny how often you do all the very difficult shots, and then that gear shift, that mental gear shift into more routine play, and maybe not blasting through hoops, catches people out quite a lot.
Yeah.
Although I think Callum just showed an excellent example of making that gear shift. He had a really a hoop that required some concentration there at hoop 3, and he's very good at those powerful hoop strokes, but he actually played it with control, and is now really starting to pull this together. Both balls went just a little bit long on that one, but he's got an opportunity now to run this hoop, pick up the 4th ball, and settle in.
So there was then a period where Reese made a hoop and had to leave, and Callum missed something. So Reese is now for hoop 5 with his red ball. Clips on 5, and the other yellow clips on 1. And if I remember to keep updating the score, which is a new thing for me, so bear with me. So this is, or should be, first break to Callum.
Again, showing a lot of confidence instead of trying to play in for a precision play, rushing closer to the red and playing little shots. He's just going to go ahead and play a big croquet stroke, croquet the red, play another big croquet stroke.
All right, still red in 4th corner. Sorry. We're getting quite bright sun here, and it's always easy to distinguish the darker colours. But yeah, so he's got blue near 5, hasn't he? That's blue. Meanwhile, it looks like Ben Rothman has made 9 and is setting up his leave by the peg. We can't see him at the moment, but we can. So here we go. Here's the shot loading 6, just misses the double bank ball.
A good stroke, just hit about 5% too hard,
That's
10%
right.
too hard.
Both balls have gone a little further than.
But the angles were just
Perfect.
right, the proportions were just right.
So a little cut towards 5. And now you can see Ben faffing around by the peg, just setting up his leave. That's not a rude word over here, is it?
Faffing? No.
That's okay, is it?
It's okay because we don't know what it means, so it's okay.
Right.
Right? I think Callum is hoping that Ben will discontinue his faffing very shortly.
Indeed. We might have to wait a bit longer because the whichever ball that is, that pink, is probably critical. So hang on, he's made hoop 5, hasn't he? Sorry.
Oh, yeah. And
He's got his forward rush to take.
I can see why Ben was being careful when I look at the clips of the other game, but I don't want to distract from what Callum's about to do. It looks like he should be able to navigate around the double banking. So a little bit of a hampered shot there. Does a good job rushing it down near hoop 7. setting up a nice, now we're getting into a nice position where some short croquet strokes will lead to accurate position, accurate hoop running, and getting to that virtuous cycle of control. It'll be interesting to see here if he chooses to go to yellow after making this, which I believe he will, since he's putting red on the right side of the hoop from his perspective.
Or as we say, east. It's very confusing for us because normally you commentate from the south boundary, and here we are behind the north boundary, upstairs at the NECC.
Which by the compass is the west boundary, and just to make it even more confusing.
Yes, so there's whichever way geographical north is irrelevant. For croquet purposes, we always call the boundary between the red and black flags the north boundary.
Perhaps it would be better if we called it the bottom and the top boundary and the left and the right boundary. But
Maybe.
croquet players are resistant to change, so I
think
expect
that's not
going to happen.
That's not going to happen, but I'm sure I'd confuse right and left just as much as I confuse east and west. So. Anyway, so now,
He's feeling confident enough. He's going to play probably a pass roll here, although Callum is set up naturally for playing those shots. He plays with a mallet that is unusually heavy. He's well capable of managing that with a great deal of control, as he's shown right there.
yeah, that's. I have a very light mallet, and that shot is not in my repertoire. So my previous mallet, I couldn't do stop shots, and I complained to the better players of the plug, why can't I do stop shots? And he said, you do it like that. I'm like, well, I'm doing that. And I said, give me your mallet. No, you can't do stop shots with that mallet. So I thought, better buy a new mallet. I bought a Jackson mallet from New Zealand, made by Bob Jackson.
And those have often been very light. And also, was it one of the Jacksons with the fiberglass shaft? Or 'cause
I think
those were
so.
very good stop shot mallets.
Yeah, I think it might be. I'm not sure it's carbon fibre. Anyway, so I got this mallet onto the lawn. They're excited. Let's try a stop shot. Oh, brilliant. That's an excellent stop shot. Oh, let's try a normal shot. That's another stop shot. Okay. Let's try a half roll. Oh, I seem to have found another stop shot.
Yes, there are trade-offs and everything.
Well, the blues seem to go very close.
Blue's
to the
very nice.
pink.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yes,
an
it
excellent
was a
ball.
little close. Nice position. He's going to touch past the yellow there. As we get down toward what I presume will be the end of this break after he's run two more hoops.
Okay, so he'll now be thinking about what sort of leave he wants.
Okay, that was actually a deliberate choice because he clearly is happy to leave yellow up here near hoop 2.
Okay.
And, of course, he's thinking about the fact that his opponent isn't for hoop 1 with both balls. He's got one clip on hoop 5, and that will probably factor into his choice of which ball he puts in which position. Possibly he'll be thinking that his opponent might naturally prefer to play the red than the yellow. That's what a lot of players with that kind of clip position would do.
So that's because if you're a triple peeler, if you're thinking triple peeling, it's much easier to do a triple from 1 and 4 back than 5 and 4 back because you've got much more time to organise.
And Reese was the only player in the qualifier to do a triple peel, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, I was going to ask if he'd ever done a triple, but
He certainly has, and quite recently at this venue.
Okay. So it looks like Ewan must have hit the lift. I didn't see that. Anyway, let's concentrate on that.
So it looks like we're doing some version of what I would call a 2-4 leave, that is leaving the opponent balls very near or somewhere near the second and the fourth hoops, and then typically laying up in the fourth corner, although some people prefer to lay up in the second corner.
Okay. I mean, yellow looks a bit close to B-bulk at the moment.
Do
you think he'll be moving?
I expect he will be paying another visit to that ball, yes.
Oh, he's made another hoop. he's made another hoop. Right.
Yes, it looks like he's going to be laying up in corner 2.
Okay.
Just checking to find a position where the red ball can be fairly close to hoop 4 without being too tempting a target from where he was just standing at the end of the A bulk line. Then he'll be wanting to rush blue to probably the west boundary, about level with hoop 6 would be my guess. Or he may take it straight to corner 2. Just checking to see, have I left an open, fully open target from the end of A balk, or is it wired a bit? He seems happy enough with it.
Ewan seems to have failed hoop 1.
And he's taking it straight to corner 2 if he doesn't go crashing into the
Brown?
brown ball and then the yellow ball. It's unfortunate.
That's helpful.
I don't.
As long as there's, I don't think there was any question that if Brown hadn't been there, whether blue was going to hit.
I don't
hoop
think he
2,
was hitting
but I
hoop 2.
don't,
I think he was
I don't
going
think
in
it
between,
was. So it's not a big deal.
But it wasn't far from hitting hoop 2. So a little bit optimistic, perhaps, to have left that ball in place while playing that rush.
It's awkward, isn't it? Because do you distract your opponent by saying, "Please, may I mark Brown?" Blah blah. Okay, or you think, well, you know, there's a 5% chance or whatever I'm going to hit that ball, and so you do think, well, is it critical? You know, if I do hit that ball, is it going to be dreadful? I mean, on an unlucky day, the double banker turns around, hang on, I was just wiring Brown from green or whatever. But,
Unfortunately, it doesn't
no,
look
all
like,
right. We've got a ref on now to help
Yep.
with the replacement of the balls. Hopefully he was watching.
apparently he
That looks
was.
like,
He seems to have a definite opinion as to where the balls were at.
Simon Hathrell from Watford Croquet Club in England. Yes, so most tournaments you play, if you're a qualified referee, and most players at this level are, the players, they don't referee their own games, but if somebody else wants to referee, they go and do that. But it's the World Championships, so we're not having players referee other players.
Not at this stage, anyway.
Oh, right.
Maybe
okay.
later in the stage will be some exceptions made, since we're, as usual, it's a tough job, the referees, when they have to look after multiple courts, and it's very long shifts. So
Yes.
later in the event, if we can make use of the fact that we do have many players who are qualified referees.
We have, 4 or 5 referees come over from England?
5, including our tournament referee. Oh, actually, our tournament referee came from New Zealand. So, but 4 referees came from England, and we have 2 referees from the USA.
Yeah, including the David Malouf, the runner-up in the 2016 World Championship.
That's right.
And I understand, I didn't know this, but I understand later in the week, Greg Solomon is coming to do some refereeing, and he is the son of John Solomon.
I believe he's arriving Thursday.
Thursday. Right, okay, I didn't... John Solomon was probably, well, certainly the greatest player of his era. But I didn't even know he passed away some years ago, but I didn't know he had a son. I certainly didn't know the son had anything to do with croquet, so it'd be good to meet him. Right, so
Now
as
back
you
to
predicted.
Callum making his leave. So he'll, given where he's left blue, he'll need to leave yellow tight on the hoop, or possibly even in the jaws of the hoop.
Okay, so in the draws it's not bad because you can still rush it from there to hoop 1.
And
So-
it's more difficult for his opponent, should Reese hit in, to rush it to hoop 5. And that looks like a very good position, although it's not easy to rush that to hoop 1 because it's
you prefer
most
it
of the
to
way
be a bit
south.
through.
But it certainly is not easy to rush that anywhere near hoop 5.
Yeah, so that's an excellent example. Too many players think, oh, it's my first break, I'll just do my standard leave and ignore the position of the opponent's clips. I think yesterday we had an instance where the opponent was for hoop 4, so don't lay up on the east boundary. That's by his hoop. Okay. So
And,
a
yes,
nice...
and by laying up in the corner, that means that even if red does hit in, it's harder to develop the balls for
Yeah.
an easy turn. So So as you were saying, and while we're waiting for Reese to make his decision, not that I expect that to take very long, I think it would be a good opportunity to inform our viewers that support for this YouTube channel is provided by Chris and Gail Barley, by Oakley Woods Croquet, and by Chris and Karen Weiss. We thank them all very much for their support.
Okay, so
So Reese going to have a look at the yellow ball and see what it represents either for him or for his opponent. And
oh,
he has no shot at blue and black. Very quick decision. Take on this longer shot. No, actually, he'll take on the shorter shot, of course.
yeah, taking on the 13-yarder.
Very good shot is Reese Workendale. So this is a good choice of shot. And again, with the balls in the corner, it cuts both ways. It's a little harder for Callum to develop something if Reese misses,
Which he hasn't.
which indeed he has not.
So, yellow's hit in, and he's for hoop 1.
He's got just a little bit of separation there, so especially with red out, and I'm quite sure that red rushes nicely to hoop 1, so he's got a number of possible choices of how to develop a break here.
Yeah.
So, Andrew, how many Association Croquet World Championships do you reckon you've been involved in or seen or played in?
Okay, well, to take the last question first, I played in the first World Championships in 1989, which was in London, Hurlingham and Surbiton. It was the first time I'd been to the then relatively new club at Surbiton. It's a 7-lawn club and it's one of my favourite clubs to play at. They, not least because they have decent beer on draft.
Also well known for their catering.
I've managed a couple. I managed the '05 Worlds, which was based on Cheltenham. We also used clubs at Edgbaston, Bristol and Ailsea. I also managed here in '09, but we might draw a veil over that because I'm not sure I did a very good job. But the tournament finished, that was the main thing, and Reg won. And, no, I wasn't really, in the old days, I wasn't into watching croquet or commentating on croquet. So I remember the '08 World Championships were in Christchurch, New Zealand. And Chris and Jenny Clark got married on I think it was the Thursday before the tournament started on the Saturday.
So Reese played a pretty good rush down to hoop 1 and a nice approach. Just getting back to the game here a little bit.
Yeah, good.
But has unfortunately not run the hoop far enough to have a roquet on the black. So he'll be shooting at the red ball, which is his partner, and at least he's getting a reasonable join if he should miss it. Interestingly, he chose to play that at a medium pace, even though he was going to go out of bounds if he missed, but he's hit it pretty much in the middle.
Yeah, and so, well, a bit of work to do yet, isn't it? Blue's nearer the corner than the hoop.
So I'm going to guess he'll be feeling aggressive enough to want to. No, I'd be wrong if I were to make that guess. He's going to take off to black and focus on getting a rush here. Lots of ways. If he gets a good rush of pulling the break together from there. So I think this is a very smart choice. Not sure if hoop 5 was in play for getting to the south side of the black. At any rate, he's gone a little farther than he wanted. And now I think we're back to a more aggressive play, rolling black over to the third hoop and approaching the blue ball.
Meanwhile, Ewan Burridge has a break in the second colour game, so he'll hope to be equalising Ben's first break. So here's the big croquet stroke, and yellow hasn't got a rush on blue, but it's near enough to blue, and black's very nicely at hoop 3, so if he can approach hoop 2, he's in very good shape. Does he do a takeoff approach, or does he do a sort of rolly approach?
Well, the rolly approach gives you the potential for a rush in a more useful direction afterwards, but it also moves the blue closer to the black, so it's a rather all or nothing, more of an all or nothing play, and he's obviously
it's
opted
more
for the
difficult,
takeoff.
isn't it, I think?
And it's more difficult, yes. And so it's showed nice touch there, good position, and now we can run through strongly and have a pretty short shot on the blue. And he's barely touched either upright of the hoop as he's come through. Would like to thank the major supporter of this 19th WCF Association Croquet World Championship, the WP Carey Foundation, and also acknowledge the Palm Beach Sports Commission, a consistent provider of support for events held here at the National Croquet Center. So, big croquet stroke coming up here, and not particularly a problem, just a little bit aggressive in that the blue ball will be going close enough to the red that if anything goes wrong, then potentially that's giving something up to the opponent. However, he's played that just about perfectly.
10 out of 10 for that, I think.
He's got blue in fantastic position. He's got yellow exactly on the line he wants to rush black into perfect position for this hoop. So I know that Reese's older brother, Logan, plays at the United Club in Christchurch, and I don't know if that's also where Reese plays, but I'm sure he's played there, and that is a venue that will teach you to play with control and touch, just as Reese is showing now.
Yeah, I think, was it the 08 Worlds or was it New Zealand Open? I think one event they measured the courts at United at 16 plumbers, which is really very tricky. These are probably about 13 at the moment. There's probably speed up during the day.
For those listeners who don't know what Andrew meant by 16 plumbers or 13 plumbers, it's a measure of court speed, so you can analogize it to the stimp meter in golf. 16 is frighteningly fast, even for the world's best players. It is crazy, and the vast majority of players will never have played on anything remotely that fast. So 13 is a good fast pace, but it's comfortable for players who have the experience. For players who are less experienced, it's still pretty scary to play on. So again, his last two hoops have been played from a very short distance, which allows him, it's not just making it very unlikely that you fail the hoop, but also making it highly likely you can get through with control and get the rush you want for the next shot. And that just leads to better and better positions as you go. So making the game look easy is a matter of making decisions about ball placement and running hoops with control, and this is a very good example of how to turn a break that had quite a bit of difficulty at the start. Remember, he had two balls in second corner and some long rushes and some long roll shots and so on, and over the course of several hoops has turned this into a very controlled and getting to the point where I would call it a very routine four-ball break.
To be honest, the top players, once they get a four-wall break, they should make as many hoops as they want to. Very rare to have an error, unless they're doing some peeling. Because because sometimes in peeling turns you have to have your pioneers either 7 yards or sometimes even 20 yards from your hoop and then rush them to the hoop to make the hoop. So
Not a lot of successful peeling turns yesterday. I think just as the players are getting accustomed to the conditions. And for some of these players, they won't have had as much experience playing with the Invictus balls. And thank you to Invictus Croquet for also being one of the sponsors of this tournament. The Invictus ball was developed and first approved, I think,
always through.
later part of last year, and it was approved on the first try, so which doesn't always happen with something as challenging to get just right, the manufacturing process for a new ball. And
So Reese has only just run 5.
yes, looks like he shouldn't have any problem rooking the red. I think
Here comes the referee. Yeah, running on. That's very good.
But
It looks okay.
Yeah, because he's through only a few inches, so he can very comfortably swing through the hoop, and the angle looks good to be able to connect with the red. Of course, initially he had probably planned to hit the black first, but this won't really phase him.
Maybe, or maybe hit the red and put the red to 2 back, getting a rush on black. Anyway, we won't know because, well, he might do that now anyway. Yes, let's see. Let's check he can actually hit this 10, 11 foot hampered stroke.
Oh, it's just hilled off a little bit there, and just enough
it did.
for disaster.
That's not good. Right, so let's look which way the colours are. So Callum wants to play with blue. That's his hoop 1 ball.
Well,
Or did he hit it? No, hang on. What's he doing?
no, I don't think so.
Oh, he's just putting the clip on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well,
So Callum,
very much wants to play with the blue ball.
So that's a 7
I don't think
yarder.
that he will turn down this opportunity for potentially to win the game if he starts with a 7-yarder, given his skills there. But it's certainly more conventional to play the black ball and to take the Croquet that's quite certain.
Yeah. I'd say if you hit the 7-yarder with all 4 balls in the middle of the lawn, you'd expect to pick up a standard TP, or on-time TP, I should say. That's what they call it over here.
It seems to be the American
Which makes more sense to
for
me, because you have a delayed TP. If your train's not
Delayed.
delayed,
You're
you
on
don't say
time.
it's standard.
If it's not delayed, you're on time. Yes,
It's
exactly.
on time. And it's certainly not standard, because most trains are delayed. Anyway. So Callum probably sensibly took the certain Croquet. So he's now got to construct a leave.
And he'll have no problem putting red
Red's
down
going
to
to
his
1.
partner's hoop.
Blue's hoop, yeah. And I expect yellow will be going to somewhere near second hoop.
Or possibly he'll attempt to use the 6th hoop to wire it from the red. No, it looks like he's rushing through. Well, he can count on Reese choosing to play the red ball because red is so close to the first hoop, which is where blue will need to go.
Just marching over to the east boundary, see where he wants to leave.
Yeah, and
Black.
he has 3 hoops that could potentially help him find a wiring position.
Yeah.
And if he can find one that works for wiring both red and the yellow from his position over there in the east boundary, then that's ideal. And he may well try that, given that he has a chance here to adjust yellow's position as he takes off to the blue ball. Looks like the sixth hoop is a little bit awkward for rushing to the ideal spot, so he'll have to be careful he doesn't get himself hampered in any way here. Not a problem. Got that probably a little more than he intended. And now to find that perfect spot. It may well be that there's a line that the fifth hoop protects that position from where red is, and the second or the sixth hoop protects that position from yellow. Properly putting his ball in with his back to the court, especially given that he's trying to find a very precise position over here. And now checking the line, wants to make sure he doesn't leave any kind of double target for either ball, but also wants to leave himself a useful rush. Lining up the rush to the first hoop. And from here we can't tell whether he is needing to hit a perfect spot to avoid giving red a double, or if any of the hoops is also contributing to that spot. And now he's considering other positions as well. So I'm going to guess that he hasn't achieved what he wanted in terms of getting one of the hoops between his position and the red ball or the yellow ball. It may be that that would be a single ball target for yellow and that black would be hidden from the red ball. Otherwise, that would be a pretty tempting target for the red. And again, I would expect Reese to play the red. Other sponsors of this 19th WCF Association Croquet World Championship are Oakley Woods Croquet, White Tie Croquet, and PFC Hoopmaker Mallets. All three of those sponsors have been consistent sponsors for all three of the World Championships that USCA has hosted in the past 12 months. So Reese having a look at both balls to see what kind of shots he has as options.
So you mentioned there were relatively few peeling turns yesterday. We should perhaps mention Zach Watson, who had 3 triple peels, and his 3 opponents scored 2 hoops between them. So
That's rather a
Zach,
strong start.
pretty strong, but Zach is the professional here, I understand. So
That's true. He's
he
quite
does
experienced
have
with these
home
lines.
advantage. But yeah, very good start. Matesic had 2 TPs, I remember. I saw his first game where he definitely tried a TP, but he just couldn't get the fallback peel until...
Somehow, Reese has managed to find the gap between the blue and the black ball.
Right. It looks like, to me, Ben Rothman's just missed the lift. So I think that's 1 and 4 back each in that game.
Well, so Callum will be happy he's getting onto the lawn first here to have the break that's ahead of the other, since both may potentially be trying triple peels.
Yes. Yes, you need to get in early. Especially, Ewan's not a slow player, but if you've got a slow player and you find yourself behind him.
No, no,
Sometimes it's just
not a
best
slow
to
player,
sit.
but I think
no.
Callum is a bit of a quicker player. So
Yeah.
you'll see.
Sometimes you just got to go, right, I'm going to sit down for 10 minutes, let them get well ahead. Have a coffee,
Well, it certainly doesn't do any good when you're a hoop behind the person in front of you, and
can I mark that to put my pioneer there? Can I mark that? No.
it just slows your opponent down.
Just sit
Your
down
opponent,
for
it
10
slows the other
minutes.
game down, and it's just distracting to both of you. So, but definitely better to let them get a 2 or 3 hoop lead.
Absolutely. Right, so this is going to be a rush to hoop 1.
Yep. Not
You might-
surprising he would have chosen that, just because that naturally sets up your on-time triple peel.
Indeed, so black's naturally going to be the hoop 3 pioneer, which is what you want.
Got the perfect angle in that rush, hit it a little bit strong. So tricky approach.
Right.
Coming in from the side.
Sorry. Just adjusting my chair. Sorry if I'm not coming through as I should. Nah,
Ooh,
that
that's
looks short.
that's a really tough angle. In fact, I would say he's approaching that from a line that is just about exactly to the corner flag. So pretty much a 45-degree angle shot here.
And he's
And
failed.
yeah, probably caught a little bit of the inside wire there. Unfortunate, having made a nice precision leave and a good opportunity there. Also possible that there's already been a bit of a change in the lawn speed. The sun has come out, and some of the morning dew will be drying out. So, hasn't left anything short, particularly for his opponent. Three. So we're being joined by Velo, who did 1 or 2 stints on commentary yesterday.
Andrew and I were all day.
Pretty much,
we were
yeah.
10 to 5.
That's what I said.
Have you got your
1 or 2
paycheck
stints. I
yet?
didn't say how long.
Faye? I don't seem to have had my paycheck.
No, and
Do we get that at the end of the event?
my concern is that the number of viewers went down the longer we stayed on. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm sure. No. I think it must be bedtime in New Zealand. Or
So, well, it's very. Commentating yesterday for the first time, you definitely need to find a cadence, I think, where one is speaking. The others have to hold off a little bit, otherwise it maybe talks over each other, and that takes a little getting used to. And I think also looking out the window versus looking at the monitor can impact the commentary a little bit. I wonder if the television should be in front of us.
and the telly is well. I think our monitor must be okay, but you at home are actually watching 5 or 10 seconds after it happened.
That's true as well.
But hopefully the audio commentary is also 5 or 10 seconds, and we're not saying, "Oh, he's hit." Has he? We haven't seen that.
I'm quite sure that's the case. Because
Good,
I was
right.
watching downstairs. We're streaming around the clubhouse here.
So, gentlemen, who do we have this morning, and
Right,
what's the excitement of the day?
Well,
It's the
today
the
we-
youngster, Reese.
Reese McCorkindale, 22 years old, brother of Logan, New Zealand. He's playing Callum Highland in a Block G game. Reese won all 3 games yesterday, which is very good. He had to qualify for the event. In terms of points, it's 9 hoops all, but you'd much rather be Callum's clip position, which is 1 and 4 back, rather than Reese's position, which is 5 and 6.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Callum might get a chance to finish in 1 turn. Reese would almost certainly have to take 3 turns from where he is.
I think that's one of the many differences, right, with golf croquet. Golf croquet, the score matters. In association croquet, remaining breaks to win the game is what matters. So what Andrew's just described is that Callum can win in 1 turn, and Reese is probably looking at 3 turns.
And probably the first 2 of those turns would end with the opponent having the option of a lift.
Correct. But it looks like Reese may have shot at a break here. Like he's
Well,
building something.
he's in front of hoop 5. Um,
Just been informed that I need to snuggle up to my good mate Jeffrey.
yes, we have three commentators, but 2 mics. So.
I'm sure Eileen won't mind, Jeffrey.
She's down at the beach club today, so.
Oh, he's
Dear.
missed
Oh
it.
dear. Yeah, maybe a little.
Maybe trying to
lack of
cut it
concentration
towards
there,
yellow. I don't know. That's surprising. Meanwhile,
It is, however, a join he's managed to do, but it's left blue and black about 10-yarder.
So are you, the two of you, sure that it's Callum he's playing? Because his opponent seems to be in all white, which seems novel to me based on every time I've seen Callum play.
Callum is a colorful character in more than one sense, so.
So blue at black. I think blue is for 1. Is that correct?
yep.
That is correct.
Smashed it. So let's see. What do we think, Jeffrey? What would you do here?
Well, I certainly wouldn't be trying to roll up to hoop 1 with red and yellow as close together as they are, and given that Callum had trouble with a roll up from a slightly easier position not too long ago.
Well, let's tell the audience where red and yellow are because they just see Callum right now.
Okay, red and
down in
yellow,
corner 1.
Both nearish corner hoop 2. Red is on the west boundary, 11 yards south of the corner. Yellow is roughly halfway between the second corner and the second hoop. So take off to red, I'm guessing. Yes, that's what it is.
Actually, I'm not sure that what he wanted, but he's got a rush to hoop 1. it looks
He
like.
has. He's presumably trying for a rush on red to yellow, but he's overhit it, and he's got looks like a pretty good rush to hoop 1. As well, you can see the balls are close together on
I
the
actually
monitor.
wonder if he wasn't really trying to get to yellow, to be honest.
Well, I
Where
think
is
he's
yellow?
trying to rush red to yellow, yeah, to get a position
I
for red
can't-
rush to yellow.
I can't see where yellow,
Yellow is about halfway between corner 2 and hoop 2. At any rate, he's played a nice rush down to hoop 1.
Pretty
Just a
good,
touch
couple of
long.
yards.
And
further.
I'm going to excuse myself and go check in at the desk and just see whether I'm needed or not. And I hope the answer is no, but at any rate, I will leave this to you. So
Jeffrey, I was just down there, and Elaine Smith had everything in hand. There's no reason for you to leave us.
I'm fully aware that he does have everything in hand, but we're getting to the point where there may be other games about to come in. So,
Well, if there's nothing happening on, we demand your presence back.
we shall see.
I guess the benefit to Jeffrey stepping out is that I can now see the full lawn. So Callum has a beautiful rush north, which he... Interesting.
I think he's going back to fetch black so that he can get his on-time triple, as
Well,
I'm
he-
learning to call it.
Well, he had a great rush into corner 2, which would have allowed him to get behind yellow.
Yeah, he wants black to 3 for the TP. Red's a good hoop 4 pioneer. And that was an excellent shot, wasn't it? That was pretty
Well,
good. He's got a rush on black now.
Just thinking it through, he could have sent red to 3, going to yellow, make 2 with a backward rush to black, and then rush black up to 3.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think your line, you're more likely to pick up the break, but Callum's line, you're more likely to pick up the standard TP. So
Well,
it's-
I was
Priorities?
always instructed never put the break at risk.
well, sound advice, I'm sure. But then
Comes down to
once you watch top players doing sex 2 pools, and you can't work out which ball is the pioneer for which hoop because it's 20 yards away.
correct, but a sextuple is not a triple.
Right. Okay. Yes.
You have a
so your
lot-
point is, yeah,
You have a lot of time in a
uh,
triple.
you should be able to do a triple without
But he's done well.
risking.
He's done well. He's done very well. So nice, easy approach to 2 here, getting a rush on yellow to 3 coming up. The final little shot that he would need is a good rush on black to 3. So one good half roll here, and he's off to the races. lining up yellow to roll over to 3, getting position on black here to rush to 3.
His slight misfortune here is that the double banker is also attempting a TP, so white is frustratingly exactly where you're going to want to put black in a couple of strokes. This happens. It's his fault, really, because he had the first go at the triple, but then he failed hoop 1, and Ewan overtook him. And so Ewan's ahead of him now.
So the rush is a little too good in that he's right in front of 3. He would have preferred to have a slight angle. So black will be slightly to the right of 3 going past, and it's hilled a little bit. Ooh, and he's over approached.
Ah, that's not good.
That is not good. He has.
Right. So all he can do here is scatter.
Oh. Callum.
Play a scatter shot. If you play this as a sort of stop rush, there you are.
Yep.
So
Golf croquet.
yes. Callum doesn't play golf croquet.
He just did.
But he just did. So he doesn't take croquet now because he's already roqueted yellow between hoops 2 and 3. So that's not a roquet. That's the end of his turn. But at least he's left red a 20-yarder. So not a complete disaster. But
So what would you do here, Andrew? You're red and yellow?
I'm moving red.
And where are you moving red?
I'm shooting at blue or black. Black probably, unless I'm worried about missing it to the right and hitting hoop 3, or indeed white.
So let's say
red's for hoop 6. So if he does
Red's
hit
for
black,
six.
he's,
Yes.
he's in reasonable shape.
yes. So let's say red misses black, lands up on the north boundary.
Okay.
What would you do then with blue?
Well, what I'm not doing is picking up that 8 or 9 yarder. So
At red.
I might just tap black, take off to red, and try and approach 3 from the north boundary, loading for sending red to hoop 4. That's certainly an option.
So we were talking fantasy croquet yesterday. You wouldn't be interested in peeling going to red with the load and hold.
Well, no. No.
I would concur. So we're just waiting, I think, for. Is that Ewan?
That's Ewan. He's clearly thinking about a TP, but he hasn't yet had a peel attempt. And there is something called a Burridge TP,
Burridge TP?
named after his father,
The digger?
or I should say, named for his father, shouldn't I? Because I'm in America.
So what
The Burridge TP.
what did digger do to get such an honor?
Well, a Burridge TP is when you play a break with the
Ooh.
idea of having a triple, but you never actually attempt to peel 4-back. It just your partner ball hovers hopefully round 4-back throughout the turn, but you never actually get the peel. Anyway, so
Reese is just waiting for Ewan, I think, to get white out of the way.
okay. There's the Block G table on your screen. And it shows Zach Watson's 3 TPs from yesterday. But Reese is also on 3 out of 3. Callum's on 1 out of 1. Well, you can see the table there, and this is obviously all this information is on croquetscores.com.
What an aggressive shot from you. And he went for the rush peel through 4-back and pulled it off. And white was not actually in the jaws. It was probably an inch or 2 out of it. And he's played a
It was
very
a cut
good
rush. Yeah.
Yep. Very good cut rush to push.
I
it through.
guess it's
It was a safe play.
It was safe play. You'd be very unlucky if white stopped in the middle of the jaws.
Yeah, he was fine because he'd be taken off to Brown over at 1-back. So,
Even that's not a disaster. Yeah.
so he was totally fine doing that, but it was still a beautiful stroke.
Okay, so white going to 2-back now. So no longer a Burridge TP.
Okay.
It might become a Ewan Burridge TP, an actual TP.
So Reese off screen. Here we go. Reese is taking his shot at black, as Andrew called it, and I think he's hit it. Oh, That was close. That was incredibly close.
You had a slightly better line of me there, but yeah. Look close.
So, let's see what Callum gets up to. He's looking at the sweaty little 8-yarder. Nope. Discretion is the better part of valor. Playing softly on black here, I think. Taking off to red. And what's good about where red is that the stop shot to load 4 and hold for position on 3, it's essentially straight. So this is really just around control on the back ball, getting to a comfortable hoop running distance for himself. And that's what he's focused on. He has not worried about getting red too deep. He's got very good position. And that's the priority. Running 3 here with black where it is. He has good... Oh, Callum. He had really good odds there. Running 3, touching black, sending it to 5, getting the rush on red to 4, and he would have had the break under control. Right. Where is McCorkindale Jr.? Here he comes. Red is for 6.
Yeah.
I wonder if blue is rushable to 6. What do you think, Andrew?
Well, that's the sort of thing that's difficult to tell from up here. It could be, but it could be glued to the
Looks like it's
western wire.
Yeah, it looks like it's slightly off, but
does.
not rushable to 6. Yellow's on the yard line on the west boundary. That's hit. That's good.
Yeah, he's even cut it the right way, so he
Correct.
can load
One back.
one back with black.
So blue might be more rushable towards yellow with maybe a takeoff on yellow to 6, but I don't know that he'll do that. I think he'll probably just
I think
work
if it's
blue.
rushable to yellow, it's rushable to 6.
Well, not all the way to yellow, but to the boundary there. But I think that he'll probably just get it somewhere north of 6 and do the tricky little takeoff.
Yeah. On fast lawns, you want to avoid approaching hoops for the backward takeoff if you can possibly help it. Now, where's that?
He's fine. He's fine. Black's a little past one back. I would have preferred that maybe a little bit more on this side, maybe a little south of one back to create space to get to 2 back with the drive.
Meanwhile, the double banker is unfortunately in his way again.
Yep. Ewan needs to speed up.
He's fast players.
Just to embrace his
Some
father.
games you don't notice there's another game on the lawn. Other games, every time you've got a critical shot, you know, there's your double banker is messing around at
So
next hoop.
let's see how close he gets to 6 here.
Ooh, he bounced it off the
Bounced it
wire.
off. Now,
Now what do you do?
this is interesting.
I think you're stuffing black somewhere going to yellow, aren't you? You can't really
This is-
approach
this
hoop
is-
6 from there, can you?
This is what's interesting. See, with the advent of golf croquet and a lot of golf croquet players, and I presume Reese has played a lot of golf croquet, you look at this position and you're like, okay, if I get 2 yards south of 6, because I'm on the right line, I just drill this to the boundary and I'm off. And
Okay.
that's what he's doing. And that is
Except that's more 4 yards.
more
isn't it?
4-yarder, but you just
3 and a bit.
you're just going to golf croquet mode here, and it's okay.
Is it? All right.
I
Okay.
think so. I think so. It's the one thing that I've noticed coming back to the sport is this is much more acceptable because there's a higher confidence level, and he's done a type of hoop stroke that I would have played. Now, what's interesting about this is blue and black are what, maybe 9 yards apart. Blue at black leaves a short yellow at blue if it misses. black at blue leaves a short red at black. So,
But red is at blue's hoop, so
yes.
if blue misses black, will he play yellow or will he play red? We shall see. Or we might not. No,
Callum
we'll never
centre-balled
know.
it.
We'll never
Callum
know.
centre-balled.
Centre-balled the 9-yarder.
So, Andrew, here, what do you play? You go for the
Yeah,
big split to red immediately? Do you drive to 4 going to yellow?
That's what I'd do. I'd go to yellow, but Callum's mallet's probably twice as heavy as mine. So,
Well, I think the
oh no, black's going to 4 back because he wants to do a triple.
yeah,
No,
I'm
maybe
not-
he's just doing a takeoff. I don't know what he's looking at here.
I am
He's
actually
taking off to
he's
yellow.
taking off to yellow. I
I
actually
think that's reasonable because if things, oh hang on, no, thick takeoff, getting black into the lawns. That's fairly committal. And blue on yellow, is he going to hit it?
nope,
It is.
touched it. So now imagine if black was at 4
Indeed.
in this position, the takeoff to red versus this big split now.
So what Callum has just done is known in the trade as Christing off. It's not because you blaspheme when you do it. This is making a roquet in the croquet stroke when you didn't mean to.
So
But
where
it
does
was-
that come from?
It was applauded by undergraduates at Christ's College, Cambridge, who knew no better, to borrow Keith's phrase.
So who are the famous? Are there any famous players in England that went to Christ College? Do you know?
You've got me there.
Keith would know.
Keith would know. Keith went to Sydney. I don't know. Was Richard Hilditch at Sydney as well? Tim Harrison, Christ.
Well,
I'm
if
trying to
somebody
think.
knows,
Ken
they'll-
Jones. Ken Jones is refereeing here, but he went to Jesus, not Christ's, which are different colleges, even though it's named
Same
after
person.
the same guy.
Yep.
Yeah. And there's
So-
also Emmanuel College, which is another name for
Yep,
Jesus.
that's
isn't
correct.
it?
Correct.
And then I went to Trinity College, which I believe. Anyway,
So Callum has done well with blue. That is actually very good with blue. Yellow, I think, hit 5, so it's not at 4, and I'm not sure it's rushable to 4.
okay.
But blue,
He got me there. Stephen Mulliner. Does he say which college? No, he doesn't say in his program notes.
so
which
forgive my
college.
ignorance. Is that? I presume that's Oxford, or is it Cambridge?
Cambridge. This is all
It's Cambridge.
Cambridge. Yeah, we're all Cambridge. Yeah. You tend, there's probably more Oxford graduates playing the game than Cambridge graduates, and that's all down to Dr. Ian Plummer.
Oh yes. Oh, Callum, he did so well. The approach was good from where he was.
So that's a second failure at hoop 3.
Yep.
Well, we've got a replay
We got a
coming
replay
up.
coming up. He seems to just hit it a little too soft. I mean, the stroke looked clean, but I think he could have
Bit more welly.
just a little bit more.
Okay, so where are the balls? All over the place. Well, you've got to move red.
All right.
haven't you?
I love asking you, Andrew, what will you do here with red? I only ask
Shoot
you.
it.
I ask you first that I have time to think it through. you know?
Okay, so I've just got to come up with something random. I would shoot at black, definitely. I've thought it through. There's no other possible shot, and he's going to shoot at yellow. Right.
Yeah, I would pick yellow, to be honest, because black's your pioneer for 6.
Good point. I'm just worried. Yellow's pretty close to hoop 5. I'm worried about hitting hoop 5, and
No.
you don't worry about that sort of thing.
No, and if you
I
clip,
worry about that.
if you clip 5, you might actually hit yellow.
Oh, it could be a bigger target.
Correct.
Let's see.
He's got it. Look at that, beautiful.
There we are. Okay.
Very nice swing. I mean, he has a very beautiful swing. It's interesting to me, and this would be a question for any of the Kiwi listeners. So the Solomon grip seems to be very popular currently in New Zealand, and I'm wondering if that's an influence from Paul Skinley. Just curious to know. I was at the Under-21 Worlds and saw many a beautiful swing with the Solomon. Now, I know Skinley had his toes touching in the middle, which I have not seen, but very, very elegant player back in the day with the headband. Very, very fixed posture. But I am curious. That takeoff looks a little long. Trying to get the rush to 6.
Okay. Would you have considered going to blue first, or is it too dangerous with
no,
blue in
no,
the draws
no.
like that? You might not get.
No,
Yeah,
I would
rotate
have.
it.
I would have done exactly what he's done. The thinking being that you're on the same side of the court as black. You really just need the rush to 6.
Okay.
I mean, going to blue, you then you tap blue through. You give peel him, obviously pop him. You've then got to roll past black, sending blue to 1 back. Now you get the break easy if you do that, but the takeoff from that range to make sure you're not wired from blue is a challenge, and then the roll going past is also not necessarily everybody's cup of tea. So, but having said that, this break pickup is not easy, and he's come up short with red.
Meanwhile, Ewan's got the referee on for some reason. He's doing something clever at Rover, or possibly something stupid. Who knows? Rather lost track of where he's got to with his triple peel.
So I think blue will run and have a crack at red, which is a little risky, but it is a short shot.
At black, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, at black.
Okay.
The other option, of course, for Callum is to just finesse at this point because Reese has the rush up court. The rush to 6, he's got a little bit of furniture in the way with 1. But blue is useless to Reese right now. So
Maybe
black to corner 4.
Corner 4, and then maybe in future blue can run the hoop to the boundary and hit black.
That's the threat. That would force Reese to probably peel blue, and I would be inclined to peel blue here, get it off 3, 1 less hoop as we discussed yesterday to pick up the triple. So we'll see. Callum's thinking it through. That's Chris Clark in the foreground there with the white baseball cap. The cruncher is perusing the games, as is his preference, and he's coming to watch. Black is going at blue here. This is also
okay.
This is also a very acceptable option. Doesn't give Reese much, and he's missed. So Reese still doesn't have an easy break pickup here.
That's not Chris Clark, is it?
Yes, it is. It's the cruncher.
Yeah, turn around. No, I don't think so.
Oh, he hit it.
Oh.
He hit it. We were wrong. He hit it. So Callum is forced to actually make the wicket here because he cannot take off to red and yellow.
Okay.
So
He doesn't really want to because by running this hoop, he's conceding a lift, and both red and yellow are in A ball.
correct.
So he really is going to need to make.
Ooh, look at that hill. So I suspect that he was trying to 2-ball to pen, which is
Yeah. But now I think
high pressure
he'll
stuff.
rush blue off the boundary, won't he?
No, he's going to pen.
He's going
He's
to
going to
pen.
pen. Now, this is a wicket you do not want to fail.
Goodness me.
It would be catastrophic. As
You see, it's bad enough to be approaching, but then you see, oh, look, my opponent's clips on this hoop. If I fail this,
with
it's
the
a
rush,
disaster. He's got a
up,
rush.
and
It's not a perfect rush. He can adjust it a bit because he's got a lift.
that's very good. That's very good.
That is very good.
The real threat for Callum here is if he stuck in pen, for example. Odds would be, ooh, is he
that
wired? He's wired himself.
Well, just shoot a red and yellow. I mean,
So the threat he has now, the real problem he has now is Reese has the option of going round and pegging Callum out and pegging himself out. And I forget the English term for that. There is a South African term, but that is a fantastic pressure shot from Callum. Absolutely top draw.
I don't think there is an English term. Right? because he had 2 balls off.
Really?
What do you call it in
South Africa, it was the wriggle, named after.
Oh, the wriggle, yeah. So pegging out the opponent is the wriggle. I thought you meant whether there was a separate thing for pegging out your second.
So do you use the wriggle in England as well?
Yes.
How did
Except
that
I
get
don't.
there?
I don't in my. I think Leslie Wriggle wrote long letters to the Croquet Gazette expounding Wriggle's law, which is that if you wriggle your opponent, you lose. That's Wriggle's law, isn't it?
Well, I think we refer to the double peg out as the auto wriggle, but that's
Auto wriggle. Oh,
probably
that
not
might be
very
right.
well known.
Yeah.
So
Double wriggle. No, I don't know.
Leslie Wriggle was a player in South Africa many years ago who donated a trophy for the South African eights called the Wriggle Trophy that was made of solid gold, and it would sit in the bank vault all year round. Leslie would fly down, being a very wealthy man. We would play the eights, and inevitably Reg would win. And on the Sunday afternoon, the guards would come out with the trophy, present it to Reg, give it back to the guards, and march it back off to the bank. And that was that.
Right. The main reason I don't use wriggle in my text commentary is that I can never remember how to spell it. Is it
2 G's and 2 L's.
2 G's and 2 L's? Right, that's kind of easy. I
And
thought
he-
it's one of one and two of the other.
I
2
don't think
G's,
so.
2 L's. Okay.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's 2 G's and 2 L's.
Well, you
Although-
should know. So
No,
I'm
no,
gonna spell it like that
it's
from
been,
now on.
It's been 30 years, so...
I think when you first hear it, you think it's the verb wriggle, W-R-I-G-G-L-E,
No,
but it's
definitely
not.
R-I. It's definitely R-I-G.
No, I'm saying yeah.
So that's
if you
a very
heard
good
the wriggle
roll.
on the first time. Yeah.
Very good roll from Callum. So he got red on the yard line, which he fortunately did not send that off. He's got yellow, so
Oh,
it's
of course, he hasn't had blue.
So it's
So
like a
this is-
reverse OSL,
Okay.
except yellow's on the wrong side.
Okay. But it's exception reverse because blue's on hoop 3 and not hoop 1, so it's an exact mirror image of the OSL.
Now, what's good about this makeshift leave is that red at yellow is relatively short. But
As they lie, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, but that will leave red right at blue.
Yeah.
And an easy pickup. So that ain't happening. I guess that this will transpose into a sort of an OSL, maybe red at yellow from B-bulk.
Okay. Or, yeah, that's an option. Or lift yellow to B bulk and take the 13-yarder at blue.
It actually, it would be interesting.
Shortest shot, isn't it?
It would be interesting, and I'm not picking sides here, but it would be interesting for Reese to take that shot red at yellow, end up somewhere near the end of A bulk, and see how Callum approaches an OSL pickup, whether he takes the classical route or a more modern approach.
So Callum puts his clip on Rover, and as we see Rover, I think the white and pink clips are both on Rover. So Burridge's TP came to grief at the last. Presumably he was trying a straight Rover peel, so to
So the
peel
defense
partner through Rover, and then the ball didn't go through and he couldn't run the hoop.
So
Anyway.
Reese has forgotten that he has a lift, I believe. He's
possibly,
taking the long,
yeah,
well,
but
the
this
short
looks-
shot. The short shot from the end of B-bulk.
Yeah, that would be shorter. Yeah.
So
Okay.
he's hit it.
But he's hit it
Very
anyway.
good hit. Very good hit.
I guess, when you're not very experienced in the game, sometimes you forget live shots. And sometimes when you've had 40 years experience in the game, you forget live
Well,
shots.
I think that's just old age.
Fair enough.
So is there still a culture in England where you deliberately decline the lift? The finger goes up to acknowledge that you are aware of the lift?
Indeed. Very good. In fact, there's a whole system of fingers. So I think
Oh, I won't ask.
two fingers is, you got a contact, and then 3 fingers is, I know I've got a contact, but I'm taking a lift. There was a whole thing. But yes, fingering, yes. Very important part of the game. I still do it. I'm not sure. I think it was an invention of the Cambridge generation before me, 3 or 4 years ahead of me, with Keith
Reese,
Ayton, Richard Hilditch. Anyway, Reese.
so Reese worked blue out a little bit.
Yeah.
That's in a decent spot, but he did not get a good rush to 6. So he's rushed it, I don't know, 5 yards, I'm going to get this right, southwest of 6. So the benefit he has here is he can send black deep, getting position, and then have a full throttle go at 6 to the north boundary, which I think is what he's lining up for. Yellow looks pretty good. Yeah, I think he's good here. So he'll just
4 or 5 foot hoop. Yeah.
yeah, he'll smash this through to the north boundary.
Yes,
And-
we've said this earlier. I'm not sure whether you're here, but
There we go. And
It
he
works
has the
that
rush
time.
to red, which is really nice. So let's
okay.
see.
So now, well, let's wait till he's properly picked up the break. But will he go for your option of single peeling the black through rover and then pegging it out?
Well, he's still got some work to do, Andrew. He's got to,
He's got work to do
He's
to
got
get
a
the
choice
break.
here. He's got a choice here. Do you hit black softly and have the split stop shot to blue, and blue's not in? That's what he's elected. Or do you have a shot at the rush to red, which looked fairly straight, to try and get the rush on red back to corner 2, so that you're stopping out of corner 2 on the correct side of blue. This is
it looked a longish cut rush to get to red. So
Yes,
I'd
but
have
he's-
done what he's done.
he's a youngster with power,
Okay, fair enough.
and yellow has come up a little short, I think.
Yeah.
Black is very good. A little too far west, but much better than being halfway down the lawn. So
So if you are thinking of peeling black through rover, it's best not to leave it until you're for over yourself, not to leave it straight, because it's different. If you're peeling your partner, it's different. But
correct.
You don't want to do what Ewan presumably just did. Ewan's just hit in. I didn't mean that. So Ewan's rover and rover, and he's just hit in.
So this is interesting. So
Anyway, sorry, back
no,
to...
it's fine. Reese is going for a forward rush to black. My preference here would have been to look for the rush to red after one back.
Yeah, because ideally you want red at 3 back, so you can peel black.
I'd put blue to 3 back. He's run there too hard, so he'll be going straight to black here. Where I was going is I would have been looking for the rush to red, so that I could load 3 back with blue, getting red, hopefully a rush out anywhere to send it near rover, so that when I make 2 back off black, I'm looking for the backward rush on black to rover.
And then do the peel.
Look for the even just the jaws
Nice and
works.
early.
Yeah, the jaws works.
Jaws is fine. Yeah, jaws.
And he now has a lot of work because no decent pioneer at 3 back. So let's see what he does here. One option here is backward rush after 2 back to blue, which I don't think he's going for. It looks like he's picking the option of rushing to red at this time. Nope, he's got the backward rush. The angle of the hoop stroke was good. So let's see if he comes up to blue. I would guess that he would rush to blue, send black to pen, gain the rush on blue to red.
And so far today, we've been playing for, an hour and a half, and we just seem to have the only one result, which is Duncan Reeve of Scotland beating Curtis Drake of USA, plus 25.
That's a very good
in
rush.
the same block as, that's block G, which is the same block as the game we're watching.
So that's
Between Reese and Callum.
yes. So it's a very good rush by Reese. He's in the perfect spot. He can send black to pen, to the peg, to between 3 back and 4 back. It's really his personal preference. He's doing the takeoff though.
Wow, yeah,
I'm a little surprised at this.
I would definitely be.
So he's getting the rush on blue, which is correct, to red. It's the right option here.
Yes, but I'd have stopped black. I suppose. No, it's red too. So it's not blue.
And that's a good rush. So that's good. So he's fine for 3 back. I'm surprised he didn't work black further into the court.
Well, I mean, presumably, maybe now he's just going to stop at 4 back.
Why? He's 4 back. Oh no, that's right. You're
Because he'd be
correct.
giving contact.
You're correct. You're correct. I'm still thinking about the
Yeah, he's refused your idea of a single peel.
Yes,
It's
well,
a
just
reasonable idea, but
yeah,
it's
no.
difficult to pick it up.
At this point, I would have stopped as well.
Yeah.
But I still would have worked black over to the peg. It's offsides right now. I know that the rush to red was critical, but I would prefer black at the peg now, because that allows a much easier and position to set a tight leave, such as a diagonal spread. So I would have definitely worked black in. I think he may have stymied himself a little bit here with blue. Just trying to cut red. Yeah, he's on the wrong side. So blue is in the way. So an option there for him when he was taking croquet off blue was to actually roll it north into the yard line, getting the rushing position on blue with yellow, and then blue would have been out of the way instead of the takeoff. So that's just a small trick for people who don't know that. Takeoff is good. Now it's a long
It's a long,
it's a long one.
it's the right line, but
And it's an
not
odd
good at
hoop.
these hoops.
It's an odd hoop. So is this going 10 yards past, or are we going for control? And it's 10 yards past.
In fact, a bit more maybe.
Yeah,
about
that's
10,
pretty
about
long.
10.
That's pretty long.
11, 12.
And I would submit that goes back to not getting blue out of the way and getting the 6-inch dolly
Yeah.
rush straight at 3-back, which is super critical.
Yeah.
I think that's
Sometimes an error is just one bad stroke. Sometimes it's an
I think-
accumulation of
no, I think
mediocre strokes.
I think it's just I think in his case maybe just a lack of experience. And he's missed and he's stayed on court by hitting the wicket. I think that's just a coaching thing. He probably just not aware of the little trick of rolling it out the way. Although that's very easy for me to say. Maybe they were so close together it wasn't possible.
Meanwhile, Ben Rothman has a last shot. Ewan, his rover and peg.
So Ben is he on camera? Yes, he's taking the shot. He is the chairman of the U.S. selection committee.
And he's missed.
And he's missed.
Oh, might get it on the rebound from the tubing. That doesn't count, by the way. Just a little joke there.
Well, if you
Meanwhile,
claim it and play the croquet stroke, isn't it deemed?
well,
No, I'm jesting.
Compton, I think it's lawn 3 at Compton. There's a little sort of wooden
Okay, Callum
fence,
is
but keeping the
Callum has struck that very cleanly and rushed red an inch outside of corner 1. So to remind everybody, he is 4-3. Black is southwest of 2, and yellow is at 4. So the simplest approach here, which I don't think he's doing, but the simplest approach is just to take off to black, trying to get the rush to 3 and off. He is rolling to 4, trying to get the rush on yellow to black, which looks very good. So that's a very good stroke.
yeah.
That is a very good stroke. That is where those big rolls, if you're good at them, are super useful to be able to do this. So he'll be rushing yellow as close to black as he can.
Just having to wait for Ewan, who's approached rover. He seems a bit upset. Maybe white's too close to the line because you don't want to roquet white in this stroke, and he has.
So this, I think, could very well be a critical error by Reese, because if Callum makes 3 off black, black is naturally going to 5, which is rover. So
And do the rover peel after 5.
after 5, and then it's just easy sailing.
I
But
think we mentioned yesterday the easiest time to do a peel is just after you've run the hoop in the opposite direction. So
But Callum has mishit the rush. He's probably 11 yards from black, so he's playing the roll. So he clearly feels that the roll is his best controlled shot. Sending yellow to 2-back. Very interesting.
I've
So
seen some early 2-back pioneers in my time, but
that's very early.
That's very early.
Ooh, and he's mishit the cut
No,
rush.
that's not good.
I wonder, Andrew, if that was maybe just a deliberate defensive break pickup.
He wasn't confident.
He wasn't confident, and so if yellow was at the peg and he was in this situation now with black northwest of 6, you'd be kicking yourself. So the problem sometimes is when you play that defensive approach, is this is exactly what happens because you're not in the right mind frame or state of mind to attack. And he's overrolled. And what do you do
So
here?
red at black isn't particularly long. 17 yards, is it?
So where do you put blue?
Do you defend red at black? Is what you're saying.
That's what I would do. I don't think you have much choice.
Meanwhile, Ben has a second last shot. You often get more than one last shot because you and Croquet partner when he ran Rover.
Oh,
He was
my
unable to peg out.
So he's for peg and peg, and he's got to
and
rush
peg.
to the peg.
Yeah.
So
So
Callum
this
is,
will be a good scalp for you.
so Callum has
He's
he's taken a sort of defensive position. He's left himself maybe a 6-yarder if red misses black, but then that yields a very easy break pickup. And Reese is staring down the barrel if blue gets a break. So I suspect it'll be red at yellow. And Ben's striking now. He's looking, and he's
Got it.
hit it, center ball. And the traditional Rothman fist bump goes up.
Oh, I didn't see that.
He does that.
Stephen Mulliner's famous for his.
My question is there anybody
bumps.
is there anybody famous who does that who then at the very next wicket fails?
We all done that,
Well, there must be.
even if it's.
should be a name for that.
I do very discreet fist bumps that nobody can see. I just clench my fist.
Oh, great shot by Reese. Great shot by Reese. He's hit yellow cleanly. It's a beautiful stroke. And he actually is in good position here.
There's a
Replay coming up.
replay of
His wrists just snapping through. And I could never play with the Solomon, to be honest. But it's a very elegant swing when executed well. So he's in a very good position here. He's got yellow on the boundary, which is fine. So I would predict that a takeoff here, working yellow a little bit towards 2 back, coming to blue, which is up south of 3.
because red's for hoop 6.
Red is for 6. So the goal here is to work blue in with the stop shot, getting the rush on black to 6. So yellow is your provisional pivot ball that you will use to get a better pioneer at 2 back. So he's just got to make 6 and 1 back, and he should be okay. So yeah, as I predicted, yellow gets worked out. Red
it's
is
red's-
moving. Red
red's
is moving.
stopping.
That is going off.
Unless it hits the blue,
Nope.
it's gone. It's gone.
And that is the
That's
risk.
gone.
Yep, way off. That is the risk going for the thick takeoff.
3 or 4 yards off for that. That's using.
That is a very difficult shot to execute on that he actually just played because of the weight distribution between the
Yes, it's
takeoff.
critical.
Yeah, and
how
and
much you aim in.
and actually Robert Fulford taught me this in '93. Is you don't actually have to be as aggressive as he was with yellow. You just need it
Exactly.
a yard off. You don't need it 2 or 3 yards, and so focus on that back ball. Ben taking a critical little
4 or 5 yarder.
5-yarder here, and he's been interrupted by Callum.
Well, I think it's Callum's fault.
No, not at all, not at all. I'm sure Ewan's enjoying that, but Ben can be a bit of a stickler. So let's see, Callum. Ben is in the background. He is shooting at white, which you can see up there on the right-hand side of the screen. He's swinging, and here it comes. And he's hit it. Right, so Callum now has... That is interesting. I would have... Wow, red kept going. I thought red was going to come up much shorter based on the way he played the stroke. I wonder how light that mallet is.
No, Callum's mallet is heavy.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's a very good stop shot that he played. So he's got black on the wrong side, but the takeoff angle seems to be fine. Backward takeoff. And I think this is attempt number 3 at 3, correct?
At least. I can
Hopefully-
definitely remember 2 failures.
Hopefully it won't be 4 at 4.
Yes, you'd be struggling to win the game if you repeated that pattern.
And he's through. And he's well through. So
We didn't get hoop and Croquet, so he's now got a return, 9 yard, 8 yarder. Waiting for Ben to take his rush to 1. Isn't very good.
6 out of 10. 5 out of 10? 6 out of 10? It's a 6.
You think it's C?
It's on the right side to approach. Oh, great shot by Callum.
Yeah.
So Reese is in trouble here. Reese is in big trouble here.
Okay.
Callum has exhibited a strong execution skill set with the rolls. So I think black to 5 going to red is no problem, and yellow is off the court. Another reason as to why when Reese took that takeoff to not work yellow as deep as he did, because now it's even more useful for his opponent. Callum's overrolled a little with blue. He should be fine, but he would have preferred the rush just to lock it down, I think.
So Ben's got a worse than 30-degree hoop, I think.
Yeah, he should
one.
not.
He's jumping it.
Should not be taking this on, I don't think, personally. Callum's done very well. And he should just bash that to the boundary. And now,
Ben
it's off
fails hoop
screen.
one.
It's off screen, but Ben has failed, leaving Ewan a 4 or 5 yarder, which if he hits, he can take off to white, which is about 4 yards off the yard line, and he just needs to rush anywhere near towards the peg. So Ben was very, very aggressive, and I suspect he may pay the price for that. It's a very nice shot by Callum. So he's got the rush on black. Now, he actually has,
Chance.
he should be going for it, in my opinion, here. And he's lucky that he caught the stanchion because he wants black on the east side to create the angle to jaws it in rover going to yellow, which is on the west side of 1. And he's got that. So he should definitely go for the peel here, and he just needs the jaws. And he's doing it. Excellent. Very good. And Ewan has hit. 1 takeoff, and Mr. Rothman.
It's a long takeoff. It's what, 20, 25 yards.
He's got a lot of
takeoff.
space, though. He's got a lot of space.
Yeah. Right.
Very nice peel from Callum, and he's got the rush on yellow. It's longish, but anywhere near the peg is fine. So I think McCorkindale Jr. is in big trouble here.
So yesterday, Ben Rothman came up with a very good idea for the score that which I'm stealing from him. So instead of saying that black has made 12 hoops, you say 11 plus 1 hoops. So that means 11 hoops plus 1 peel in this turn.
Oh.
So that will be very useful when it comes to triples and sextuples and what have you. So
I was trying to work Mr. Deeth over to go for an octuple, but
well, maybe if if he's qualified safely and
so Callum's perfect with red here. He's actually oversent yellow, in my opinion. Yellow should have been level with 1 back. He's got it 2 yards north of 1 back, so he doesn't have a huge amount of space here. He does have the backward rush on red back to black, which is now obviously south of 5 after the peel. So he should just rush it down. And that's not the greatest rush, but it'll work. So he'll roll red to 2 back here, getting the rush on black to yellow, which is why he would have preferred red to have been 2 yards east of black, so that it's just a little drive shot.
meanwhile Ewan has a
Longish
9-foot
peg out.
peg out. 9 foot. Do you think that is 8, 9, 10? I don't know.
So
Should get it.
So what is your approach to a peg out here? How do you line these up, Andrew? Because I recently came across a novel one that I had never come across before that I personally would not do. But do you line up the 2 sides to have the peg in the middle? How do you do it?
Yeah, I think I do both. I look down the sides and over the middles of the ball. The main thing is to make sure you hit it straight, which Ewan
done.
has.
Yeah, Ewan's
So
got the win.
Ewan has beaten
Ewan's got
Ben
the win.
Rothman plus 17.
And Callum's rush on black was perfect, so he will get a rush on yellow to 1 back. Ooh, a little short with blue. But he's fine. So he has the break. He's got the peel. I think this game is all but done and dusted.
Okay, so I think we had a few more results come in. Oops, hang on. Press the wrong button there. Greg Fletcher beat Randy Cardo plus 26. That's in Block E. Also in Block E, Eden Fordyce beat Andrei Savanov's plus 26 TP. Block D, Greg Hill beat Stephen Allen, 26 TP.
It's the second TP by Greg. I think he's finding some form.
Right, and that's Stephen Allen's first loss in the main event, having had to come through the qualifier, so he's done very well. And Trevor Bassett beat Chris Percival Smith, plus 23, that's in Block
With no TP.
C.
Very disappointing by Trevor.
No letters, but we've had...
So Callum...
So we're getting better. We've had 5 games finish, and 2 of them were with TPs.
So Callum clearly enjoys the big croquet strokes. He did not make any attempt to rush black off the east boundary or near red to just stop it over. He went for the big split from just south of
Oops, hang on. He's
2.
Oops, sorry.
So it's interesting to see the different preferences of the players. He sent red to the east side deliberately here so that when he runs it, he has a rush to the east side of yellow. That's the point here. So that red can be worked over to 4 back, getting the rush on yellow to black. Ooh, and he's rushed red through 1. Had that stuck, he would have been forced to take off to black with no pioneer at 4 back.
Yeah, that was very lucky. It was behind one of the mullions, is that the word? The wood in the windows in front of me. I couldn't see that.
I don't know what they're called. That's a good point. I think your command of the English language is better than mine, Andrew. You should know that. I'm
I
disappointed.
think Mark Alberts used the word earlier, so I'm hoping he's right.
I'm just disappointed.
It definitely means something.
So Callum has recovered from a minor jump in the heart, and he is tightening up the brake here. So he is in total control. So I don't know if we know who's up next here.
We don't know that. Well, we've got 2 games to come on, presumably, because the second colour game's finished also. So we'll have to wait. Yes, mullion. My dictionary says a vertical bar between the panes of glass in a window.
And what about the horizontal?
Well, that's a good question.
Because I think it was the horizontal one blocking you.
No. It's the thick one in the middle. Definitely the vertical one. Use over time for mullion. It was very big in the early 19th century.
Callum's giving himself an angle
Hang on, here we
here
go.
unnecessarily.
So the horizontal one is a transom.
Transom. And is it
Yeah.
mullion?
Mullion.
Mullion. M-U.
Like mulliner, but different at the end.
I somehow don't think I'll remember that. So that's interesting. He sent black to peg, not to pen. It's personal preference, in my opinion.
And he's now rushing his pioneer. That's known as willicking in English.
Yeah, it's
England. Guy Willock,
it's
Cambridge.
it's not the preferred, I guess, by the purists.
No.
Unless maybe you're
But it's preferred by Guy Willock back in the day.
unless you're a Fulford. American player recently told Robert Fulford that he was struggling to get his pioneers appropriately set with his croquet stroke, and Robert's response was simply, just rush it there instead. Robert Fulford, obviously one of the greatest rushers the game has seen. And Callum's got a back rush to black. He'll send red to Rover. It's interesting to see, Andrew, whether he goes for a rush from black to yellow or whether he just takes off from black.
Right.
My personal preference is to rush to yellow.
Yeah, that would be my choice.
It's
Well, sort of
halfway in between.
half and half.
I would rush it
Room
north.
for some help, guys?
Oh,
Benjamin.
excellent. Yeah, surely.
Tom might be next on, so he's short-lived. But
Oops, hang
my
on.
opponent skipped around and is out there playing, so I'm available for a while.
My opponent's still on the court, so who knows?
So, Tom, are you going to be on 6 again?
I have no idea.
So we're being.
He's still waiting for his oppo to finish.
It looks like we're being booted again by Mr. Rothman. He did this to us.
I mean, you guys are great openers. Really warm up the crowd.
The opening act. Is there a crowd? We're not even sure there is a crowd.
Oh, you
so.
pull it up on your phone, you can see the numbers, of course. You have no idea how many people start the live stream and then walk
Well,
away.
I'm convinced that it goes down when we're
Who would
on.
do that then? Who would do that? Well, it's a good time to change over because unless Callum
Yeah.
does something very surprising error, both games on this lawn will be over.
He's golden. So I will vacate for Mr. Bolding,
Okay.
and Mr. Gregory will vacate for Mr.
my
Rothman.
stuff. Right. Okay. Big
We will,
instructions
we
there.
will retire downstairs to the big TV and expect fantastic commentary.
Absolutely. And it just happens to be in the bar, doesn't it? It's even better.
No comment.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm sure they were doing a stellar job. I did not spend my off time reviewing the commentary from yesterday's live stream yesterday, but I have loads of faith in those gents that they provide some great stuff. I am Ben Rothman, 2009 AC World Championship finalist. I'm here joined by...
Tom Balding, 2023 AC World Championship semifinalist.
All right, and we are watching Callum and Reese. I had a close-up view of this game. I'm sure it was a lot more exciting than Ewan in my game, although Ewan had some fun turns there. And now looks like it's very formulaic. This is 99.9% win for Callum. Just don't scuff the ground there. And he gets it. So he got his mono peel there. Looks like he won... that would be plus 12. SP, single peel, mono peel. What would you go with, Tom, if we were putting letters for things under a triple? Which we
You
don't.
could call it an unapeel. You could call it a monopeel.
Ooh, unipeel. All right. All right, so that will be 26 to 14. Quite a show of good, hard hitting in that game. They were running hoops to boundaries. They were hitting in 20-plus yarders, center ball. It was like watching a shooting gallery.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Callum has an extremely heavy mallet. It's about 4 pounds. So, and he uses a very short profile, so he can really whack the
All right.
paint off of the ball.
I might have to measure. That might be the only mallet heavier than my big log.
How much is yours?
I don't remember. It's 3.4 maybe, 3
Wow, I
pounds,
didn't
4
realize
ounces.
your mallet was so heavy.
It's something big. Well, I mean, it's got the 1.25 inch square wooden shaft. So
It's top
it
heavy,
didn't
but-
lose any weight on some carbon fiber shaft. And then I wanted the head to be the same weight as the old Dawson I used to play with, the original Terminator mallet, I think they used to call it. But yeah, now we have a actual Terminator mallet. So let's get a little recap. I know at the end of the day we looked a little bit at some of the blocks. I've looked a bit more closely at them. Now whenever I'm having trouble falling asleep, but we saw a great day for the Americans. We had Matthew Essick only gave up 2 points, went 3-0 with 2 triples yesterday. Zach Watson, club pro here at the NCC, had 3 wins.
3 triples.
I think he gave up 2 points, but he got 3 triples. So
Which
leader
on
in the
these lawns is
clubhouse.
impressive.
Except for another stellar day from an American, Kyle Maloof,
Yes.
son of Mac player David Maloof, and now 2-time Solomon team member, including on the winning team in, 2023?
2023 down in
And
Sarasota.
he went 3-0 with 2 triples, including, he's the number 4 in Block A. He took down world number 1, Robert Fletcher, and Samir Patel with triples. So a banner day for Kyle Maloof, really setting himself up for success here.
Yeah, Robert definitely always a favorite whenever he's at a tournament, just world number 1 ranking, very consistent, probably the most consistent player in the world. And then Samir Patel, top 10 ranked player in the world. He was on the winning Solomon team just a few months ago as their 1 seed, played fantastic croquet. And Kyle, we didn't witness it because Kyle was banished to the beach club for that play, but he must have been in rare form.
We were talking about how there were more triples over there than in a lot of the blocks combined here. A couple of them were just Kyle playing really well. If we move down to the international community, Robert Fulford dropped a game to Stephen Mulliner, so the leader in that block is Jenny Clark at 3-0 from yesterday. And I don't know if I have many scores from today yet. My block, there were 5 people on 2 wins. Reg has a loss to Jack Good. I have 2 losses. Jack was on 2-0, though, so he's kind of the leader in our block. And then looks like 3-0 for Greg Hill from Australia with 2 triples. So he had a great day, including taking out the number 1 seed in Block D, Logan McCorkindale. Again, we talked about Matthew Essick 3-0. Greg Fletcher was 3-0, now 4-0 in Matthew's block. So that'll be a fun matchup to see. I believe tomorrow the 1 and 2 play.
Yes.
So that'll be Matthew and Greg. Who knows? They might both be undefeated when that matchup comes up, which makes it a dead game, but an exciting one nonetheless. And then, in Zach's block, Pepe Riva, also undefeated at 3-0. And your block, you are sitting at 3-1. Technically, James Deeth is undefeated, but 2-0 is not quite 4-0 like Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah.
Well, Greg Fletcher, we should.
No triples. No triples for me just yet.
All right. Well, I'll have you know, in 2009, I was getting a lot of flack from the other Americans that, I made it out of the block. I think I needed to win like at least 2 on the last day, and I just couldn't get a triple. And I had tripled before, but some of the other young Americans were getting their first triples, some of them when they played up at PGA, which was slightly easier court in terms of speed. I just couldn't triple. Went on to beat Fulford and go to the final. And I think I eventually got a triple in like the quarterfinals or something to, tell the guys to calm down on the no triples. It's kind of more about hitting in.
Yeah.
Hit and finish doesn't mean necessarily triple.
That's what's kept me alive, is that thankfully my precision break play has not been quite what I want it to be, but my hit-ins have been. If it were golf croquet, I'd be doing great right now. I can hit anything I want. It's just getting in front of the hoops.
Although you got to make the hoops in golf croquet. Yeah. You said you had a little bit of hoop trouble too.
I was having a little trouble running them with control.
Okay,
so if I got within a yard or 2 of it and could just bang it through, then I was fine.
Yeah. So even hoops, no problem.
Even hoops,
odd hoops,
the odd hoops,
a little bit of an issue. But today we saw that with Callum and Reese. There's a lot of hoops running the boundary. Even Ewan against me ran hoop 1 to the north boundary. He had he tried to get a triple going. I shot the short shot at him, and bad swing, so it didn't hit. But he had 3 potential break failures before attempting a peel. He ran 1 to the north boundary, had to hit back in and rebuild, and then he ran 2 and had to hit back in like a 6-yarder. Ran 2 to the north boundary and hadn't had to take off from wide, so he had a return roquet of some distance. And then I think rolling down to the pivot ball, his striker center pegged, and he had to hit an 8-yarder to keep the turn alive. And then he managed to get a rush peel. It was kind of an unconventional. I'm sure his godfather, Chris Clark, will tell him the missed peel opportunities on the way to 6 and on the way to 3 back. But he had a good go of it, and then the long straight rover. The straight double didn't go very far, and a long straight rover peel ended up with his ball in contact with a dead peelee in front of rover with a live ball nearby. So he had a non-croquet split shot to try to make a roquet that did not pan out.
Keith Ayton here is pointing out, are these typos on the names of the commentators deliberate? Yesterday we had Penn Rothman. Today it's Tom Baldwin. Oh, they fixed it.
No, they're good. They're good.
It was a minute ago, I think. How's Jack Rush doing? Asked Robert Hale. So I don't know the exact status of Jack at the moment. I can't see him out there now.
He's my next opponent, and I think they said he's playing a game that is not like a 10 a.m. game. It's like a 1 p.m. game. He's playing David Houston from Scotland, our 10 seed. So I guess Jack must have finished early, but he only has the 2 scores still on croquet scores. He had a bye yesterday, so he shouldn't have had a bye. He should have been on the line at 8:30. Maybe they just haven't recorded the score.
Maybe.
I don't know what his first matchup was.
They've been unless some, so our score reporters are very good if you give them the numbers, but sometimes people forget to go and report.
Right, yeah. They really can't do much when they're not given the information.
Yeah.
So I imagine if he had a score, he would have reported it because they got him on another game.
This is true.
Yeah. Sorry. The answer is I know some things about Jack, just not what game he played this morning.
Not all the things you want to know.
Anyway, I'd like to take this opportunity to bring you a word from our sponsors. I was trying to clarify, because the last Worlds we did not have an Invictus Croquet direct sponsorship. And so I was trying to clarify. There was some confusion with the copy that was in the magazine. We help players who do one thing, and then they listed 3 things. So I asked Rob, what do you want me to say? I will read you verbatim. Simply, sponsored by Invictus Croquet. No more detail required. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. So, sponsored by Invictus Croquet.
Great mallets, great balls. The balls that we're using for this event, this is the first World Championship that is using Invictus balls. And Ben, what do you think of them so far?
I think they're great. I think I trust Robert to be very fastidious. I've heard from Greg that they could have been ready like 6 months earlier, and Robert just kept working to make them absolutely perfect. And I trust him to get it better. Nobody's going to hedge. He's not doing this, to make money necessarily. He's doing this to provide great quality product for players around the world. And the milling is, we were talking about a lot yesterday with Matthew. The milling might be a little bit deeper, but certainly any new balls with good milling are going to grab more. And so, that's happening now, and people are talking about a lot more pull and draw. But I think they rush really well. I think they're really consistent, sized very consistently. I have
round.
I think we had at least 4 sets in Quag, and there was I'd put all the balls in the hoops, and there was just very little variance.
I think that, for those at home keeping track on croquet scores, the reason you're not seeing a lot of triples, even from some normally very good break runners, is the courts are playing at a fairly fast speed, which in and of itself does not make it overly difficult, but the new Invictus have a lot of pull. I witnessed an opponent of mine try to do a 2-yard peel yesterday and miss the hoop entirely because of the pull.
That's a disappointing result from 2 yards.
Yeah. And so it's very hard when you're playing a peel that requires any draw, that it's not straight. It's very hard to calculate, and before long you've had an attempt or two, and all of a sudden it's a little late to get the triple going with that.
But they're consistent. As soon as these players learn the draw, it's also, there are ways to mitigate it that I won't say on air, but the idea is, if you can have a straight peel where you're not doing a split shot, you don't have to worry about the draw. So play your break to prioritize that, and you'll be in good shape. I also like to mention there's support provided by the WP Carey Foundation and Palm Beach Sports Foundation, and our other sponsors, PFC Hoopmaker Mallets, custom mallets, introducing the Formula One mallet. Have you seen this one? It's like a dark gray, looks like kind of carbon fiber version.
I have seen photos of it. I have not actually seen it.
All right, it's so new.
Person.
It's so cutting edge. They are just introducing the concept of it. Maybe we'll see it if we go down to that vendor booth, which is over on the, south side of the veranda?
Yes. Hate to interrupt, but I'm being called away for my next match, so
All right.
I'm going to have to leave you for now, but I will be back at some point later.
All right, send me a commentator. The people don't want to hear me monologue, I'm sure. But I'll get some of these ad reads in for you. So PFC Hoopmaker Mallets. The only way to score points is to make hoops. Use Hoopmaker Mallets. Make hoops, score points, win. Introducing that Formula One mallet. Maybe it's like the Formula One race cars. It's, in a locked garage, undercover. We won't get to see it unless we venture out and, it's in some golden lit case with smoke coming out. So you can try the new Formula One mallet. PFC Hoopmaker Mallets, an official sponsor of the USCA and these World Championships, as well as Oakley Woods mallets for all your croquet needs. Don Oakley uses various woods to make mallets. It's all in the name, Oakley Woods Mallets, featuring the Arrow Mallet at www.croquetstore.com, an official sponsor of the USCA and these World Championships. And like I said yesterday, he's kind enough to travel around certainly the eastern seaboard, most of the U.S. and Canada, and he gave us some wonderful demo mallets so that our members could try before you buy and try all the varieties of the removable shafts and the travel shafts that make it easy to pack in normal size luggage instead of my giant 36-inch duffel bag to cram a full-size mallet in. All the different head weights, head sizes, those Arrow mallets with the holes to allow for more end weighting. Great products, as well as all your croquet needs, as they say. Hoops, balls, pegs, stickers, grips, all the things at www.croquetstore.com. The only thing that possibly Oakley Woods doesn't offer is some wonderful croquet clothes. So white tie croquet is filling that need. Dress to conquer, play to win. Windproof, rainproof, and SPF-rated sunproof white clothes for all the croquet players you know. Better-looking clothes make better-looking players. www.whitetiecroquet.com. And again, they have a nice vendor booth down on the south veranda. So I'm watching Zach Watson get his warm-up. The number 1 seeds had the first bye today. So on the commentary, you could see every 1 seed was listed as not really needing to be here until 10. But now that it's 11, a lot of them are getting on in their games. But they get a late warm-up because they did not have to be here at 8:30. And nobody playing at 8:30 wanted somebody with a bye hitting balls on their court. So now Zach is warming up. Saw him hit a couple 6-yarders. These courts should be really familiar to him. He's been the pro here now for, I think, 3 years. I think this is his 3rd year. And he's part of the reason why these courts are in such good shape. He has maintained courts up by his father's house and his house up in Virginia. So he's coming to this as an expert player, expert teacher, and somebody who had to maintain his own lawns. So it was a classic fit for him. Looks like I'm going to be joined by Andrew Gregory here and doing some actual verbal commentary instead of the usual textual.
I just couldn't stay away.
Well,
So
you.
we've got two games coming on Lawn 6 shortly. Zach Watson will be playing Reese McCorkindale.
Oh, he gets to play right on the same lawn twice in a row, huh?
Well, the thing is, because Zach hasn't played this
thing.
morning, he had his bye this morning, Zach is entitled to a longer practice, 20
Okay,
minutes if he wants, on the same lawn.
Yep.
Then Reese goes back onto that lawn.
I guess the only difference is Reese got to shoot his hard-hitting hoop shots all game, and Zach is technically not allowed to shoot that hoop at the pace he might.
Oh,
'Cause
technical.
in the
Technical.
warm-up, you have to shoot a hoop at a pace where if you hit none of the stanchion, your ball would only go 7 yards. So,
That's a good point, but I think really,
Reese got a bit
if
more
you're doing
warm-up.
the if
But
you're
I
doing
guess-
this warm up, you should be allowed to run it as hard as you like.
oh,
As you say, your
that's a
opponent-
Jeff question for
It is
sure.
it is a Jeff
But
question.
I guess Reese did lose his match on this court. So if there's vibes, if there's some residual energies there, it's a loss for Reese, and now he has to keep playing there against a higher ranked player. So maybe it's not all bad. But if somebody had just run a triple on a lawn, I would very much ask that we play somewhere else.
I'd be with you. And the other game we're going to see is Tom Boulding in Whose Seat I Am. He was
All right, keeping it warm, yeah.
and he's playing Marcus Evans.
All right, let me see if
Of England.
I'm guessing that we're gonna have Zach
I think the Zach will be on
First.
first colours, yeah.
probably primaries. There you go. Put him down for 0-0, and we'll see. I might have to switch the names in a minute, but I believe that's how you spell him. Corkindale with an I.
That
Maybe
looks
an
good to
E?
me.
Okay.
Well, that's how, I'm pretty sure that's how I spelt it.
Sounds good. But yeah,
we're consistently wrong. If we were.
so what's been your thoughts so far of this event, Andrew? Is it
Well,
as expected?
It's early days, isn't it? It's very
Yeah.
early days. It's only day 2 of 9. I don't know.
Marcus following directions. He's not walking between lawn 6 and 7, so I guess he's following the directions of that sign. Just strolling right across the middle of lawn 6. But so yeah, early days. Any? Did you expect more people to try sextuples on day 1?
Maybe not on day 1. You're settling into the event then. But I asked Chris Clark yesterday whether he thought there'd be sextuples later in the event, and he said on Friday he would have said definitely yes. But with the hoops being a bit tighter and the lawns being a bit quicker, who knows? But
Yeah, I wonder if maybe I think Matthew on his last day, we were talking about how he and Greg are both undefeated. Their last day, they play each other over at the beach club, where there were a
Okay.
lot more triples. Now, they wouldn't have necessarily gotten a lot of play at the beach club. It'll be there one day. Maybe they'll go down there today to get some practice there. But if they're playing dead games where they know they've qualified,
Yes.
and the last game or two is unlikely to change their ranking very much, we might see a couple sextuple. Well, we might hear story of a couple of sextuple attempts.
I mean, a drawback of the all play all block format is you can in the last round have a game between somebody.
All right,
who
it
is
looks
all-
like they've started. Looks like
Oh,
Reese
right.
was blue-black. He went east boundary, and then he's hit in third turn. So I'm going to go ahead and switch these names up.
Okay, so I'm not sure Zach had his full 20 minutes there, but it's up to him.
Uh-oh.
Well, I've had a little breather, so I'm okay. I mean, does they want to?
If you want a break, they'll sit in.
Okay.
All right, so we've got Reese playing blue-black, having hit in third turn, but Zach played a nice defensive opening going outside of corner 2. So even with a great, 18-yard hit in, not much more to do than get a leave, unless he grabs a rush to 1 there. Good pace, but probably just going to see some sort of diagonal.
Yeah, roll. Sorry, I can't see which color it is. Red, roll red up the west boundary a bit. Maybe no further than peg high, certainly. Maybe 10, 12 yards south of the corner.
Yeah,
and go back to black, hopefully. Go back to blue.
All right.
Hopefully leaving a rush.
Want to join us? Have a third? Then Tom has also started. You see a very popular area to start on that east boundary. So east of 5, about 16 yards from ABOC. I think Reese might have been a little bit farther north. Proper max distance, 19 and a half yards. But if you think you're going to be shooting the short shot at your own ball, sometimes you make it shorter. So yeah, Reese put that ball not real tight to the boundary, a little loose there, so that the rush doesn't have to be as good. But if Blue's on lawn, he could have just fired out behind it to get himself a good rush.
I'm surprised he didn't do that.
This is a little casual. Possibly
Maybe
his age is showing where he doesn't need it to be a perfect leave. He just wants it to be a leave he can build from, rather than making it a little harder on Zach if he hits.
Yeah, impossible. Was he afraid of leaving a target from one of the bulk lines? I can't see that he would have done, but...
No, so we'll see if Zach is one of those color vision challenged individuals. Make sure he shoots it. One of the primary colored balls is there's a target-rich environment, but only 2 of them count.
That is the problem when you start 2 games at a similar time, really. Maybe
Yeah,
the second color should have
Got
waited a bit.
brown and pink right there. Oh, Marcus is going to mark him so that it's a little less confusing for Zach. But yeah, we when we play stripes, I've been in a selection 8s here where I believe Leo McBride hit in blue solid hitting yellow stripe and proceeded to start running the break before the stripe game said, wait a minute, that's the wrong ball. Of course, it was definitely someone else's fault. It was not Leo's fault, according to Leo.
So are you triple banking there, or you just got
No, we
slates and
just
stripes
we
instead of
a lot of clubs
second
didn't
colours?
do second colors. Oh, Zach, that was
Not
you
good.
can look at his reaction. That was not a good swing. That might have missed a 6-yarder.
So Zach
Reese does not have any problem with having given up an easy build. He gets to take this leave, and we'll see if he can run a tidier break than he did in the last game.
So yesterday, Zach Watson won all 3 of his games with triple peels.
No, I think 2. Kyle was the only one who had triples. Oh, no, Zach. No, yeah, you're right. Zach had triples. Kyle just had the bigger wins. He beat the 1 and 2 in the block.
And Zach's
Too
Zach's
much
opponent,
too much American success. I get confused.
managed it. His 3 opponents managed 2 points between them. 2
Yeah, I
points.
think only. It was only
So-
done better by Matthew, who allowed 0 points.
0
yesterday.
points, but
I
only
was
2 TPs. For Matthew,
Yeah, I wanted to ask Zach if those 2 points were pops.
That would be good.
And Zach winning. What is that? Instead of 78, it's winning 80-0.
So pops are peels on the opponent, but for reasons other than with a view to pegging him out, just to make a tactical, you can make better leaves, more defensive leaves, make their peels more difficult.
Yeah, ironically, in the old days,
I haven't seen any pops yet this weekend.
I think there being a significant pull might discourage people because usually that's a wide peel. You'd peel 1, generally going to 5.
going
It's
to
a bit
5,
wide.
yeah.
Otherwise, there might be some opportunistic ones. Enough people have stuffed hoop 1, it's possible.
Exactly. Yeah.
A pretty
auto
easy
pop,
pop in that
yeah.
case, yeah. But the idea is, ironically, it used to be an accepted tactic to peel your partner through 1
It
and
did.
set the old standard.
Old standard,
You
2
wanted
and
to
4
be
back.
for 2 and 4 back. Now, because people
Nobody does
have
that
more
anymore.
modern leaves, the diagonal spread and the new standard, people want to be for 1 and 4 back. And so popping the opponent to 2, you can set leaves that make it harder for them, like
Yes.
putting the ball up against a peg so it doesn't rush to 2. Or if you're Fulford, you might just pop the opponents through 1 and 2, and why stop at 1 ball when you can pop both of them to 3? So here we go. We got Reese's rushed across, didn't get a very nice hoop 2 pioneer. He's taken off to a possible rush to 1.
You'll have to
It
wait,
looks
though,
pretty
'cause-
directly at corner 4 with a bad hoop 2 pioneer and Reese's shooting ability. I might be, excited about just rushing to yellow and, getting more balls on the court. If you had a good hoop 2 ball, you might just take the rush to 1. But with a bad hoop 2 ball, I'd like more things on the court for this build. And certainly this is a lot to ask of an approach shot. Speaking of stuffing hoop 1, in the other game, Tom has stuffed hoop 1, so we might see that pop.
Indeed. A rush pop.
Here comes Marcus. I guess, was that a third turn break?
I suppose it must have been.
Or a third turn opportunity. Well, not really a break because
I'm surprised he hasn't got...
he left the
maybe
ball. He's missed everything. Missed the whole hoop. Well...
It looks like whichever colour that is, green is in the hoop. So I'm surprised he didn't have that umpired unless he was...
Yeah, that's...
I don't know, maybe it's not as far
unexpected. I know Marcus doesn't play as much as he once did when he was... I think he made some GB teams, right?
I don't think he's played in the MAC, but I'm pretty sure he'd have played in the Solomon Trophy.
Yeah, he's been on the GB teams, but I think wife and kids and job. He's not playing as much as he once did.
Yeah.
So these 6-yarders, and technically that ball in the hoop is a slightly smaller target than a whole ball, but he didn't even hit the edge of the hoop or anything.
I'm just looking, So
Tom now has a hoop, no pops still, missed opportunity for a pop.
Well, we'll spot one eventually. So Marcus was losing semi-finalist in the 2012 World Championships.
That would have been Adelaide?
Correct.
Okay, Adelaide, Australia. I think I didn't go, but somebody brought me back a T-shirt. So they went to the World Championships, and all I got was a white polo shirt. All right, so Reese has done the roll. This is about a 45-degree angle. This is the shot I missed to lose the game. I like trying to jump these. Reese, I think, is going to just thrash it. Just have a real big swing on this. Nope.
Rejection.
Nope. He went for a more moderate pace. Must have hit that near stanchion, I think, the way that ball came off.
Indeed.
I think he got redirected by the right wire. We'll get the replay. So I think you got to miss the near stanchion to have a chance. Sometimes it's harder with these wider stanchions. Some hoops are 5/8. These are 3/4. And then because they're not painted white, it's kind of harder to see the edges, especially in a shadow. Like you play for years, maybe not that many years in Reese's case, but you get used to narrow white stanchions. And now all of a sudden you have to avoid these silver, brushed stainless, unpainted stanchions.
These are quadway hoops, aren't they? Yeah.
Yep. Oh, Zach's flag. Ooh, wow. I got to find a flag emoji.
You got the colors reversed here.
Oh, I thought Reese is blue.
Yeah, up here it's the other way.
I'm in the wrong tab, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
No, it needs to be scoring input.
Okay, well that's where I was. All right.
Let me ask Armando why. But we got to change the flag.
Well, now I've tried to open maps. Does that help?
I keep opening the dictionary. That's no help at all.
I don't think so. Yeah, it won't let me move things from OBS overlay.
Zach's just run hoop 1 to beyond hoop 2, so he's about 5 yards from black near second corner.
Or you can go stay here if you want. It's easier. Stay here, and you click.
I can do flags.
And you go insert.
I know how to do flags.
I'm a copy paste guy, but for whatever reason, it was showing Zach on top where I had moved him before. But
Okay.
I think it's right.
So let's see on the overlay if it's showing the same. Okay.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Zach has rocated black.
thank you, Andrew. I should probably switch seats with you so you can deal with the vagaries of this MacBook Pro.
I did break it yesterday morning. So
Okay.
things
Never
went
mind.
very wrong.
Never mind.
There was one stage I changed black's number and yellow's number changed in sympathy as well. So that's interesting.
That is an odd hoop position.
I can do flags if you want me to do flags. I know how to
All right, so
I've learned how to do flags.
Tom is now through 3, doing a kind of aggressive roll, sending a ball to 5, going to the ball on the sideline, but should be good. Now Zach is rolling to hoop 2.
Yeah.
Is that our scenario?
Second corner, yeah.
All right.
Ran 1 all the way to North Boundary.
All right, so
Well,
red is
not quite.
through one.
But beyond hoop 2.
So yeah, this is a shot actually Jenny Clark taught me to practice where you just keep that black ball basically on the yard line. Zach is not doing it. And do a full roll where you go to 2 yards because now you're going to want to run that to the boundary and you don't want to have a 4-yard rush. So
Absolutely.
I like the full roll where black is maybe a foot off the yard line, make sure it doesn't
Yeah.
roll out of bounds or anything.
Yeah, and make
and
sure
a little
you're-
bit past the 6 yards.
Exactly,
So it's a
so
little
you're
bit
east of the hoop.
east, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you get yourself a 1 to 2 yard hoop shot, and if you like it, you run to the boundary. Now, if it's partner, you might try to shoot it anyway. But with oppo, you keep that black ball, away from blue in this case, or away from the Pioneer at 3. And if you don't like your hoop position, you can run away with black being a little on the court, but not out in the middle. So we'll see if discretion is the better part of valor here for our club pro. He does not seem to be looking at the hoop. You'd expect if he was going to run the hoop, he would have looked at it and just started lining it up. The only reason to think about this is if you look at it and you say, I don't like that shot. And so, yeah, I think part of the reason we haven't had as many triples here as we did at Beach Club, I can't speak to the conditions of Beach Club, but these hoops have been holding up pretty firm. Again, a lot of thanks to Adam Peck and Michael Albert and the rest of the grounds crew that were out there. I think we got a picture from 6:42 a.m. before sunrise in the group chat of them setting at least, I think, 6 courts they reset today.
Yes, I
They're
think
kind of
they're
staggering days.
Aiming to do half the lawns each day. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, discretion, better part of valor. Zach shot away. I probably would have thought he wanted the corner there to get a rush on yellow, but that might have given some sort of double to blue. But I don't think he has really a useful rush with either of those balls. It's almost like a contact leave where they're across the corner. You can't
Yeah.
cut either one down
Yeah.
to 1 or 3.
So Ben, since we've got you on, what would you
Well,
play here as black and blue?
Where's you on? I gotta watch out for him.
But you on. What would your tactical play be here for blue or black?
Blue might not have a shot at those red or yellow, and shooting into them gives them a rush they don't have. So you don't want to, it's kind of a Hippocratic Oath thing. First, do no harm. Don't give them something that they didn't have. So he's playing, looks like he's playing black, which is at the hoop where he assumes Zach wants to play. Zach wants to play the forward ball. Black at blue is the shortest shot for black to play. This might encourage Zach to play yellow because yellow looks like it's got a much bigger build. I might have considered if you know your opponent hasn't played yet today, and they got a warm up that, as Andrew said, maybe didn't go the full 20 minutes. You could, if you wanted to be conservative, just shoot blue to corner 3 or something. Shoot blue to corner 1 maybe. And finesse to corner 1. Zach wants to run red. And yes, there's a ball up near 2, but it wasn't out in the middle of the lawn. And that would be a bit of a more of a pass roll than a Hogan roll for Zach to kind of get started there. Right. Or he'd have to go to corner 1 to roll to a ball that was closer to north boundary than it was to hoop 2. So that might have been a way to judge Zach's willingness to go for the big roll. Knowing Zach's the pro here, it's really hard to not try to hit something.
Indeed.
So I think that was a good effort, trying to hit the take away the ball from hoop 2. And now Zach might be for 4 back and 2 if all goes well, which is a little bit harder to get that triple going. And so even with a miss.
Unless you do the OSL, which leaves a 13-yarder.
Right. And I think, I don't know if Reese is thinking that far ahead, but I don't think Reese would think twice about walking up and trying the 13-yarder.
Yeah.
He'd be quite excited for it to be, 3 to 6 yards closer than any other shot. So Tom is through. Zach got himself again, you can see he's got nice control of the pace, really close to black. So this should be a relatively easy build, kind of 40% or half roll shot here. Doesn't have to go get red, but could. I don't know, Vay, you got any other insights for that play that Reese could have done? Was that black at blue? Could have been blue at oppo. Maybe if blue at oppo is shorter, but then there's no ball at blue's hoop anyway.
I don't know that he had much choice, to be honest. My assessment is that Zach has good, big croquet strokes, so I'm pretty sure Zach was comfortable rolling from corner 4 to whoever. Moving blue, maybe the defensive option would have been to move blue and invite the Hogan roll. Which, I don't know. You think Zach, what odds would you give Zach on one doing that and being successful?
Well, that also would have been, so if blue goes to corner 1, Zach might have tried that 45-degree cut or whatever that was.
Yes.
Trying to cut yellow from just outside corner 4 back to corner 1. There's a non-zero chance he gets a rush on that corner ball, but pretty slim.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Zach would have then, done a more traditional roll from corner 1 and just hit black and taken off back to 2 instead of trying to get a rush on it. So I guess he didn't have to do the pass roll.
That's true. Yeah, you just send it to 3
He
going
could
to
have,
corner 1. Yeah.
leave yellow somewhere on the south boundary, send blue out of corner 1 to 3, go into black.
Actually, no. I would have considered from corner, not do the rush, just strike it, send it to 3, go into corner 1, take off to 2.
Yeah.
So we've had some more TPs coming in. Stephen Mullina's had one at the Beach Club.
All right, and he got a win off on Fulford
He did
yesterday.
last
Is
night,
is he undefeated or is that 3-1?
Let me just check. He's in Block B. Summary. Yeah, Mullina's 3-0. As is Jenny Clark, 3-0.
All right, but he got a big win there over Fulford. So
Yeah, Fulford's 2-1.
it's you
It's
like
early
to
days,
think that
yeah.
you need to, if you are in the top 4, you need to beat everybody that's outside the top 4,
And then
and
you
you
could.
should advance. Everyone you lose
not
to
in-
outside the top 4, you have to beat one of the top 4.
Right.
And then if you are outside the top 4, you got to beat everyone outside the top 4 and one of the top 4 guys or ladies. And so Mulliner is kind of not only undefeated, but 1 ahead. So even if he loses to someone outside of the top 4, he should still advance. All right, so let's see. Zach is now waiting on Tom to get through 2 back. It
Just
seems.
looking here, Ben, you seem to have lost to 2 players outside the top 4. Is that
Yeah, Trevor yesterday and Ewan today.
Sorry.
So
Didn't
Ben,
mean to remind you.
No, it's
Ben, looking at
facts.
Zach's position here,
Yeah.
would you be looking for blue to 3 with yellow going to black at 2, or
No.
would you be looking blue to 3 going to red?
So usually you might be comfortable avoiding the furniture, like getting past hoop 1 down to black. And certainly if red were in corner 4, you might try that. But with red open and available, a nice wide gap where you can go to red, stop 4 yards short and just hit it hard and take off to black, that is a lot more tempting to me, especially when we talk about how the pull has made these balls a little bit unpredictable. Now, Zach knows these lawns, has been playing with these balls, but if the pull's a little unpredictable, you don't want to trust that you're going to miss the furniture. It's like Marcus did. So I think a nice wide alleyway between hoop 4 and 5 there is a lot preferable to trying to just miss hoop 1.
So it looks like Tom will be making 9
And he's-
having
he's-
a diagonal spread.
And managed to put some more things in Zach's way with that pink ball. So
Yeah.
we'll see if Zach opts for the walk to go mark pink, or if he's going to hit the shot and then trust his fleet of feet movement to go pick up pink.
Blimey, okay. That wouldn't be something that occurred to me, maybe in my youth.
I guess he lined it up at pink and trusted the draw to take it in the gap between pink and brown. And yeah, like you said,
Pretty
a good blue ball, and just made sure yellow's not flirting with the boundary.
Indeed.
Get
He's got a
himself
4-yarder.
nice full swing. 4-yarder and a takeoff back, but I don't think he's too worried about a takeoff to a ball at a hoop. It's takeoffs to corners and line balls that are the ones you have to
Absolutely.
be sure to come up short on.
Because
Black's immaculate, so he's good.
We've got an immaculate pioneer.
Anyway, south of it, you good?
All right, so an aggressive player might try to throw red somewhere in the middle, but I think the more reasonable play, especially if this is your first break of the day, or first sizable break of the day.
No, I think the slightly thickish takeoff is the correct.
Yeah,
play.
just get red a couple
time.
yards out.
Even just a couple of feet, because where black is, you should be able to get a good rush back to it.
Yeah.
After-
Or you can wait till after 3 is not
Exactly.
a huge deal.
There's no rush. There's no rush. Unless
In
you're-
fact, if there's no rush, you won't go to it.
That's right, that's
and
right,
there's
that's
no
right,
rush
that's right,
because
that's right.
blue is not quite immaculate, but pretty good. Maybe another yard west would have been nice. I would say maybe, yeah, black, another like half yard east or whatever, but they're within a yard of perfect position in front of the hoop. So he's just waiting on Tom here, who's got a nice tidy peg ball. Looks like doesn't rush to 2, but clips are still on 1. Does rush to 1, which is important. And he put white real close to that west boundary, the way that Reese did not on Reese's diagonal. And so for Tom, that gives him a little bit of a precise rush that he needs to rush over to white. And he thinks he's more likely to have a precise rush than his opponent will be, especially if his opponent hits from B-Bach.
Yeah, Ben, I think you've hit on it, and I think it is just a little bit of inexperience from Reese because you really do want that ball a couple of feet off the yard line so that all you're worrying about on that rush is the angle. You just hit it as hard as you can, as close to that ball. You don't have to control it.
Having shared a court with him, Reese is very happy hitting that ball hard. Oh, my goodness. And Zach is just showing off at this point. What, a 6-inch dolly rush on a Pioneer that was already deemed immaculate by Velo. Stops to tie his shoes, appreciate, a moment of greatness.
Shades of Debbie Cornelius.
I would submit he would need a few more inches away from black. It's a little too close.
Yeah.
Debbie was
Too
playing,
close, just right.
Debbie was playing Reg Bamford in, I think, the 1995 Opens. And was lining up
Oh,
her
yeah.
peg out
This
to
is
win
a
a
great.
game.
I saw this live, actually.
Lining up to her peg out, and then, my shoelace is untied, I'll just do it up. And claims the balls must have moved while she was
Missed the
doing
peg
that.
out.
Missed the 3-yard peg out.
Lost the match.
Lost the game by 1. Lost the match. I don't think it was for the match, but I think it was to go 2-1 up or something. I
It
can't
was
remember.
certainly unimportant.
So I remember that match well because
no.
Reg's father Brian was watching it.
Look, and Zach did get a brilliant rush over there. So he's going to,
He was a bag of nerves.
yeah,
Absolutely.
watching Debbie.
Watching Debbie do that to Reg, yeah. It's great.
Yeah, so Zach, with that great takeoff, a precise little rush and a precise little position, able to make the hoop with control and get a dolly straight rush over to that red ball. So now this is kind of what Tom is hoping for in a couple turns, or Marcus will be hoping for, is to be able to send a ball to that even hoop. In the secondary game, it'll be hoop 2. In this game, it's hoop 4. And maybe get a rush back on that ball that's just a couple feet off the yard line. So that's a nice, easy shot, precise shot to get control. Black's a little outside the box, but he wanted to make sure he got a rush on red, so everything's super tidy here.
Looks like Zach might be getting a little loose here compared to his prior 3 strokes.
Yeah, we're going to see him speed up. We're going to see him, rush balls to slightly inconvenient positions because it's hard. He's hoping it's very hard to screw up from here. So it's a little casual, and then every now and then he'll have to pay attention and hit a good shot to tidy it up. Like, he took off from, 70 feet to 6 inches, and now from 3 yards away he gives himself a 2-yard rush. So, yeah, a little looser now that he's got all 4 balls.
And he's rushed into
But
the
you
fire.
can see that looser thing, that'll cost you. So
let's see if he moves blue over to just
you got a hoop and roquet.
Hooper and Roquet. Yeah, it looks like he's not moved it enough. Probably Roquet, but
Yeah, this is where you kind of get the adrenaline drop. So you do a lot of tough shots to build, and you're focused, and you have to be precise, and it's still on the cusp. It could happen, it could fail.
Yeah.
You pay a lot of attention. Then you get the 4-ball break, or sometimes you get a peel or two, and
the
you just start swinging loose from the hips.
the hampered roll off the 3.
Right. And you can see just how quickly you lose control of a break because there's some bad positions to be in. So, yeah, that's something I try to coach, my teammates on is be aware that your brain chemistry changes from the build to running a easy 3 or certainly 4-ball break. Same thing happens with peels. You get 1 peel done and your brain just goes, "Oh, we're good," and just drops the adrenaline to 0. And you have to realize that, your body is now digesting breakfast. It's not really caring about this turn anymore. And you have to, purposefully focus on each and every shot to not have it get out of control.
So here we'll get a good view of Zach's stop shot. He's pretty close to black. Once red in front of 5. He's pretty close to black. And he's overdone it with yellow. The rush was a little close.
In the background, we can see Marcus lining up his big swing. Not a lot of backswing there. Irish grip, I think. So you'll see very little backswing, big follow through. And try to hit Tom's brown ball. And oh my goodness, that also would have missed a hoop from 6 yards. That was at least 1.5 feet right.
So, Ben, other than yourself, from what you've seen so far, who do you put down as contenders?
Well, thankfully, you asked it 5 seconds later, and I was unable to give Zach the commentator's curse. I was going to say, Zach's playing great croquet. He's been a consummate professional in team events and national events. I think Tom said Zach was unlucky to lose the nationals to Tom in AC, and Zach had 3 wins and 3 triples. We're on the courts he plays on all every day for the last 3 years or every winter. Previously to yesterday's results, I was saying Robert Fletcher, world number 1 by 100 points at some point, sometimes, and just an amazing player who often goes undefeated, through knockout, like through block, through knockout. My only doubt on that was that Matthew is also playing really well. We're on Matthew's home soil, and Matthew has really owned Robert Fletcher in World Championship, usually semifinals, whether it's AC or GC. There's nobody Robert Fletcher would like to avoid more, I assume, than Matthew Essick. And so, previously I was thinking Rob or Matt. I like to think I'm playing well, but not quite at their standard at the moment. I'm hoping that gets better as the week goes on.
Well, that's the trick. Isn't
You
it?
don't want to peak day one.
Exactly. That's the trick. And that's where Robert. I have not seen much of Robert Fletcher play, but the loss yesterday I would view probably just as a minor aberration.
Yeah, and
Apparently easier conditions, so easier to upset as well.
Yep. Robert is a master of annoying courts. I played him I remember the MAC in Mount Maunganui, and you'd hit a 4-yard roll shot, and at the end of the roll, your ball would just move like a question mark. And it just kind of starts straight and then veers left and curves around right and is coming back towards you at the end.
Sounds
and
great.
It's just no idea how you're going to end up in front of the hoop. You had to play so exacting with your position.
Sounds wonderful.
And Robert tripled me. I was just like, okay, well, there you have it. It's slightly more precise than my 4-yard approaches with the toilet bowl, sort of landings.
Chris Clark asked me my prediction yesterday, and I couldn't answer him because
Oh, good. I was
haven't
feeling
seen-
bad for not asking for a moment, but if you have no answer,
not at
then
all, not at all.
no regrets.
I don't have a point of view on a lot of the top players. My one comment is though that the quarterfinals and semifinals are going to be fantastic because somebody like Tom, Bolding, yourself, Zach,
Kyle.
there are a lot of players. James Keith, obviously.
You seem to have been just naming Americans till then.
Well, yesterday I didn't name any, so now I'm righting the wrong.
Hey,
okay?
we're on home turf,
But it's the players who have the ability.
There have been Americans in the last 2 worlds here.
Yeah, exactly.
It was, in the final, it was Maloof and David Maloof and myself. And Matthew's been in the last 2 AC finals. So it's I don't think it's that crazy for Vay
it's
to be
not at
naming a lot of Americans
all.
in Florida.
And the thing is that the ability to just blitz you 2-0 in 90 minutes. There are a lot of players and a lot of Americans who can do that.
But I think they said they are going to best of 5 at the very beginning of the knockout.
3-0 in 2 hours.
And there you go. All right. All right. So, Reese has done a great job building. Zach left him a real gimme hit there after jawsing 4. So, Reese sent that jawsed ball down to 2, managed to put Blue in a really good pivot position, got a serviceable rush to 1, has made it with touch. So, we'll have to count Reese's hoops, see how many odd hoops he can make with control. Because I think in the last game, I saw a fair amount of odd hoops going through by more than 10 yards. And that's good for keeping the turn alive, not great for keeping the break alive.
Well, it depends on your break construction.
I still think if you're looking at potential winners of the event, it's difficult to ignore players who've two players who've got 11 World Championships
Oh,
between
that's
them.
I know that's your preference. I have them as outsiders. I have them-
Picking the favorites.
I have
Picking
them
the
as outsiders.
favorites.
They're not
Well,
what they were.
I think
Andrew.
Robert Fletcher's the favourite.
So
but,
we're talking Mulliner then as your
Yes,
top.
yes, he's talking Mulliner.
Sorry,
well, Mulliner surprised us in 2016. He certainly surprised Reg.
Stephen. Certainly surprised David.
And David in the final. Yeah.
But yeah, so Fulford to repeat, Robert to get his third, or no, sixth. He's got two.
Seventh.
No, Robert.
Got 6 already.
Reg has six.
No,
I think.
Reg has 5.
Robert has 6.
Okay,
Fulford
Robert
has 6.
seventh.
Fulford has 6.
So for Reg, it would be his 6th AC.
he-
He's
he-
won
he-
GC twice.
He has, yeah.
And Robert's won AC 6 times.
Yeah.
So those
So-
are your two until proven otherwise.
Oh, and
Well,
Tom
I
has
think-
almost run 3 and 4 in one stroke. Almost.
Like I said, we got to keep an eye on those odd hoops. I just got the the wrong game.
You see that more in
Kyle
GC than
Maloof in the
AC, don't
background
you?
there
2
on
hoops
lawn
in one
1. So Kyle's in play, maybe having a go at 4-0. All right, Reese has got nice control here, sending a pivot and getting a rush to make this a nice straight drive shot to load 4. Now with these players who are occasionally running the hoops that hard, and Tom, that was even something extra. He almost would have benefited by just making it to the south boundary, hitting pink.
He wanted South Boundary to pick up
Okay.
pink.
That is an aggressive play. But for Reese, who occasionally runs it by 10 yards, I actually favor, when you don't trust the hoops, making that pivot ball. Blue is a great pivot for after you make 4, you're sending a ball to 5. You want blue kind of on a line between 4 and 5. But if you're occasionally making the odd hoop with pace, I want the pivot in like a traditional 4-ball pivot, halfway between hoop 3 and hoop 4.
We actually saw that yesterday.
I think that's a reasonable place for hoop 1, hoop 3, even hoop 5.
Jenny Clark did that through her entire second break.
I think that's entirely
You
reasonable.
never even
Getting rushes on the pivot ball isn't that hard. Making sure you have an easy return Croquet is very important.
Peely was never within 7 yards of fullback. It was always halfway.
Was it technically a Peely?
It's a Burridge. It's a Burridge peel? It's a digger.
Did she get any peels?
Burridge TP.
It's a Burridge TP.
Did she actually get the TP?
No, but that wouldn't be a Burridge TP.
Okay.
The Burridge TP is when you never actually make the peel.
We'll never even try the peel.
I
No,
remember-
I think you should try the peel.
Ah, nice. Well
Your
controlled
peeling
by
just hovers
Reese.
around 4 back, hopefully,
Oh.
waiting for somebody to peel it. So you never have
I'm
those.
remembering some opens at Cheltenham where there's a ridge or something in front of 4-back. And yeah, the ball is always within 3 yards of 4-back, somehow never stops in peeling position throughout the whole break. And then you're, fortunate to score 4-back yourself because it's just, like a ridge there going right or left. I'm thinking of that court they usually do the finals. It's court 8, court 10. It's right
Court
there.
8 at Cheltenham,
Yeah, right in front of the dining room.
So
And
Reese-
that one, sometimes you can't get the ball to stop in front of them.
So Reese's Pioneer to 5 is actually on the east side. It's a little misdirected. And black came a little short. He wanted to rush to yellow.
Yeah, if yellow were for 1, I would think he's in good position to try a pop, but that's the wrong ball. Red is the ball for 1, yellow's for 4. But yeah, if you were trying to pop an oppo, you might try to make 4 and then immediately rush over there, in which case you'd probably put blue over there.
Thoughts on popping through 4, deliberately putting him on 5? Free up 4th corner for yourself?
I don't really think it's that big of a deal.
No, it's not. But it's more stylistic.
If you happen to
statement.
rush into the jaws of 4, sure. But I don't know if I would even really consider that. In my mind, I'd be looking at red, being like, is it possible after 5 to rush it over and pop it? Because again, it's gives you a bit more time to organize the peels if you're for 1 and 4 back. If you're for 2 and 4 back, it's a little less time. And so if you can put both of Zach's balls off of hoop 1, then the best he can do is run the hoop 4 ball to 4 back, and he'd be 2 and 4 back at the end of that turn.
He does have a great opportunity to do it here.
Didn't
And
it?
I agree with everything you said.
Cheers. Good to know. In your absence from the game, I've picked up some tricks that we can now agree with.
Tom.
And he failed to even get position at 5 there.
No, you
No, he
failed the hoop.
failed the hoop.
Oh, okay.
Bounced off to there, yeah.
And what's he doing still on lawn? I assumed he still had a shot and he was walking around wondering what to do with
Yeah.
it, but no.
Another win for Jack Good this morning. He's now 3-0.
Okay. Oh, really? Wait, against Houston? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, then
it's not a
I might
big
have
win,
I might have to go. That's
Ah.
my next opponent.
Okay.
All right, but yeah, I think Marcus will manage to hit this one, and then we'll see how he builds. But I'm gonna leave you gents to it. Hopefully, leave this. Oh no, that's Zach is still 3, and Reese is through
This was 20
4.
minutes ago, so I don't know why they haven't found you. Anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Maybe it's
probably
lunch.
because they took lunch, so maybe
Is it
I'll go
lunch?
get some lunch.
It's lunch time.
All right. Well, thank you, gents,
Thank
for
you, Ben.
allowing this interruption to your great commentary.
No, thank you, Ben. Always
Have a good
to
one.
Hear from one of the experts. So, we'll just shunt along here, right?
Andrew is back in the technical seat.
Yeah, I'm about to break the scoring thing. I think we're right at the moment, are we? Looks good to me. Yeah. So Reese has already done better than Zach's 3 previous opponents, who made 2 points between them. Sorry, my phone's going bingly bingly.
So
Might be.
Reese is not attempting the pop that Ben was talking about. Had he wanted to do that, one option would have been sending blue towards 1 with the idea of running 5, getting the rush on red to rush it south of 1 to either jaws or peel, then going to blue. So he is just playing a neat, tidy break under control. And to be honest, playing somebody like Zach, who's obviously playing very well and very strong player, this is a wise approach. Play tight.
And he's relatively inexperienced.
Yes, so play tight break
I
control.
think if
Give
after
him
the game
nothing.
you went up to him, why didn't you pop red? What
Absolutely.
do you mean?
Well, not even that. It's you know, he just needs to play a very tight break to fall back, make a very
Yeah.
tight leave, wait for the miss, and then assess from there how he's feeling. The key thing is to not give Zach anything on a platter. So blue will go to 1 back, going to a beautiful pioneer at 6. And it'll be interesting to see after 6 whether Reese takes the rush back to red. It would certainly be my preference. Blue's gone a little deeper than he would have liked. So let's see where yellow goes. Okay, it looks like he's going backward rush to red. Didn't get to see much of Logan yesterday, but it's interesting that the two brothers, although a little similar, Logan seems to be far more deliberate in terms of his stroke play.
Okay.
Reese appears a little more relaxed.
Okay.
Not saying that Logan is stressed, but he's very, very deliberate, which can be a very good thing. Right, so here comes the rush to red. The idea being that yellow will go to 2 back, getting the rush on red back to blue. And I think I would have liked yellow a few yards further east, closer to red, because you've got a bit of a drive roll here. And this is what Chris Clark was talking about yesterday, about reducing the travel time of the playing ball. So black is going a further distance. Imagine if he was
Yeah.
3 yards closer to red,
3 yards closer.
it would be a much shorter and much easier to control black on getting the beautiful rush on red. And that just comes with practice, particularly the various forms of peeling. You're forced to want to get into tighter positions and more control.
And in the second colour game, looks like Marcus has a break. He's just through 1. I think he might be waiting for Reese
waiting.
to make one back before he comes to 2.
So Reese did not get the rush to blue, but he's done a very wise thing. He's rushed it east of blue, although south of blue. So now the takeoff is going to be on the right side of blue, which is the critical thing. It really is just the weight. And to what Ben was saying earlier, you'd be tempted here to maybe play it thickish to get red in line between the 2 wickets as a potential escape ball. Black looks great. It's a nice stroke. He's in control. Would have preferred it probably a foot further, just to get the dolly rush at 1 back. But this should be a little cut. And he's got, 2-3 foot approach, straight in front.
3 or 4, I'd say. 3. Let's call it 3. Anyway, yeah.
I think at this time we should probably mention our support for this event. The USCA has received support from Chris and Gail Barley, Oakley Woods Croquet, Chris and Karen Wees for the YouTube channel.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
Reese has failed.
Oh,
1 back.
after actually having red in a good spot to have a little more weight on that stroke.
So that red is 4 yards from blue, if that, an easy break for red. Though, as you say, you'd rather be playing yellow.
So if we could imagine that blue was on the peg and he was going around with black, we would be referring to this as a Zach's golden stopping bisque.
The stopping bisque, yeah, that's
But it's
very
too early.
important.
Too early in the game for that.
Too early in the tournament. You don't want to waste your stopping bisques in the block phase. Save them for the knockout. If you don't know what we're on about, when you first start playing croquet, you have a handicap. And you have extra turns, and they're called bisques. Obviously, in this tournament, it's all level, no handicaps. But better players against a weaker player, and the weaker's got a chance to win, and the better players are said to deploy their stopping bisque, and they make a surprising error to fail. Anyway, we're
marking black.
we're marking black.
So my first British Open in '93. I was put up first match. It was straight up knockout. There was no block play.
Yeah.
And Hilditch, dear old Hilditch,
Richard Hilditch.
he great manager back in the '90s. He put me up against the great Nigel Aspinall first up.
Okay.
And
This was at Hurlingham, wasn't
at
it?
Hurlingham on the
Which
cricket
court?
pitch.
Oh, cricket pitch.
And being a youngster and no internet or YouTube or anything like that back then, all you had were the stories and a couple of books. Here I'm up against the great Aspinall, and I probably gave him about 15 golden stopping bisques because I was so intimidated that I was playing the great
Right.
Aspinall. And in hindsight, I would have it no other way. It was a highlight in my playing career to actually have played him, and it was his last British Open.
I was going to say, because Nigel was, stopped playing around.
A fantastic, fantastic player. He, at that
Oh,
time,
yes.
was struggling with hoop running. He could not run a hoop more than 12 or 18 inches. Anything beyond that, it would fail, 100%. And he compensated with immaculate break play, where every hoop was 6 inches or less, and he was still that good with the yips that he reached the final of the doubles with Mulliner against Fulford and Clark. And he was on the winning triple to beat Fulford and Clark in the British Open doubles final. And he was peeling at Penn. Peely was jawsed in Penn. He was on the 6 side. His escape ball was on the Penn side, and Peely was in the way. So he could not strike it. And he went for the jump and failed. And Clark and Fulford obviously had the innings, and that was that. They won in the end. And straight after the match, Chris Clark walked out, set the whole scene up for Nigel, and just promptly walked up, jumped the ball into the crown, dropped onto Peely, pushing it through to Peel, and rolling forward and rotating the escape ball on the other side.
Right.
Just no practice, just walked out and did it. It's very impressive. But
That is.
but Nigel
I must have missed that.
Nigel is a fantastic player. Fantastic player.
I thought I'd been playing the Opens in '93, but maybe not. Anyway, meanwhile, Marcus has negotiated hoop 2, so Zach can play. He's duly hit his 4-yarder, so he now has a break with red.
Yep.
So,
Interesting to see if he peels here.
well, I mean, it looks like he's trying not to. You don't normally want to peel black through a lift hoop or peel your opponent through a lift hoop. But rather that and as
What
you
he's
say,
got.
have the break.
Well,
Now what's he going to do?
now he's going to land up potentially not
So he
peeling
might
it,
not-
but having a
Not peeling it, but knocking it just through, so
And
it's an
having a-
inch north of the hoop. And what can you do?
backward takeoff, and then
Well, yeah, but it might be dead behind it.
I personally would have just simply peeled it, gone for the tight
Yeah,
break,
exactly.
and
I think that's right.
invite the quintuple. Or is it a quintuple?
Potato. Oh no, it's tomatoes. Right. So Simon Hathrall from Watford Croquet Club is on to.
So I wonder if Zach is trying to hit this just very, very gently so it stays jawsed,
Yeah.
which can be
I
very
think that-
dangerous.
I
It can be
think-
very
I think
dangerous.
It must be.
Nope,
Well,
it's through.
Club that. So
So now a fun takeoff. These can be a little tricky.
they can indeed.
So he may have a
Going that
little,
side though.
might have a little bit of angle here.
Let's look at the monitor. It's
The
not
monitor makes
the
it look.
perfect
Yeah,
angle.
that's the other angle's better in terms of just. Yeah, you can see where he's marking his mallet. It's not the type of hoop you want to run to start a break. I mean, it's doable, but
So
it would have
he's,
been much happier 4 inches right in front.
Exactly. So he's risked not making 8 hoops for the sake of giving black 1 hoop.
Maybe half a centimeter of hill there. It's not a great
It's a
angle.
good
there.
investment to give opponent 1 hoop and so you can make 8.
Ooh,
He's coped.
done well. Done well.
I think he's a slightly lucky boy there. I think
Well, he's
giving black the hoop would have been.
he's a fantastic shot, and hoop running is not a problem for him. So, back your strengths. I guess, had it been James Deeth playing, it probably would have gone for the sextuple on opponent.
I wouldn't put it past him. I really wouldn't.
Golden opportunity. We'll have to give
Yeah.
Zach some grief
It
over
would
that.
have been a ladies' XPO, but yeah, even so.
Well, fortunately, the scorebooks do not reflect that, I don't believe.
Indeed not.
Stato may have to correct that.
It has to be done. It has been done. At least Robert Wilkinson did it once, I saw.
We're referring to Chris Williams, the great servant of AC World Rankings and statistics. Hence the nickname Stato.
Yeah.
So it looks like Zach, I presume, is going to blue here. I don't see much need to go to yellow.
No, I think he's just waiting for Marcus. Marcus
Yeah.
is a couple of hoops ahead of him, having decided to bully his way through hoop 2 once black had stuck in it and marked it and so on. And he went first.
So this will be very interesting. So Zach has made probably his first error in the tournament. That's stick in 4 based on his results.
Yeah, I haven't seen him, but it
That's-
seemed likely. Yeah.
That'd be a fairly safe guess. So he's made one mistake, and Reese had a fantastic opportunity to put the sword to
Punish.
him. Yep. And he's reciprocated. So one of the tests here is even the greats do occasionally make mistakes, but the greats and the very, very good maybe do it once in a game. And the way Zach is playing, he should not make any more mistakes here. So Reese is probably going to have to hit something. Now, let's see if Zach goes for the forward rush on yellow, or whether he just focuses on getting through. And it doesn't actually have to be fully forward. It can even be at an angle just to the west boundary to get behind yellow. So let's see what he does. Yep, he's going for it. And that still works because he can cut that towards 2 if he wants to, getting to the west side of yellow.
Or pass roll? Or
Yeah. The other option is just hit it softly, roll to 5 and black, which I think is what he'll do. He's got very good croquet strokes. So, yep, that's what it'll be.
Now, with the yellow clip on 4, you're right, it's going to make the potential triple peel more difficult. But at my level, I really like being for hoop 4 with my other ball when I'm playing a break, because you can just leave one of the opponent's balls in the drawers of hoop 4. It doesn't have to be precise. Like a normal NSL ball, it must rush to 1. Just in the drawers, leave yourself a dolly rush to 4. And if you're playing a bit better, you might even leave a ball in the drawers of 5 as well.
So you were accusing me of fantasy croquet here, but
Well,
I like the way you think, because I was
it's not
actually
too
thinking
difficult.
I was thinking a half NSL, but ball up on the peg,
Yeah, yeah.
which is very similar to your idea of ball and 5. The problem with ball at Rover, right, is it's got to be very, very precise because of the shot potentially of that ball at your 2 balls on the boundary. Not
Forgetting my scoring duties. I'll be with you in a minute.
not that my option is
I think
much
we're up to date
easier.
now, right?
Not that my option is much easier to execute on, but it is always fun to make these creative leaves as opposed to the boring old spread. Yeah, I think I'd like the peg idea. You would take the ball, oppo ball to the peg, making 3 back off oppo.
Yeah.
So 2 back off partner, rush up to ball at the peg, get it close to the peg, taking off to 3 back with partner at 3 back. And depending if you've got the wire, it's pretty easy then to do the NSL. And then hide. And there are no good shots. So we'll see what Master Watson has in mind. Yellow's going to the peg. Oh no, he's still for 5, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of.
These youngsters need to hurry up.
So yesterday evening, I was inducted into the Hit In WhatsApp group, which is an English croquet players forum. So people are making mostly complimentary remarks about our commentary.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Keith Ayton says, "Luckily, one can mute the sound." So that's not
Sounds
quite
like
so
Aiton. Yep.
complimentary.
No, that's Aiton.
Now, and I feel a bit guilty about reading this message out, but Alison Morm says, hang on, I've lost lost it now. Can someone out there please buy the commentators a drink from me? So
Alison.
if people are listening in the bar downstairs, there you are. That was naughty of me to read that out, but
That's
I've done it
probably
now.
directed at James. Alison, that's very kind of you, considering we've never met.
Oh, of course. No, yeah, Alison's. You think Alison's so key in so many aspects of croquet that you forget she's only been playing for.
I only hear positive
few
things.
years.
I only hear
she's
very positive things about Alison.
She is an amazing woman. Meanwhile, I've completely lost track.
Yeah, some water would be great.
Oh yeah, if you fill that, that'd be great. Thanks.
So it's very interesting watching Zach here. I know he's stuck in 4, but as Chris Clark commented yesterday, the measure is the controlled hoop running. And Zach...
Getting the rush. Yeah.
Yep. Zach, even though he's not needing the rush, is running the hoops with control. Now, he has hometown advantage, but the point is that he is not, other than when he ran 1, he is definitely working to play with more control and precision. Doing a very standard thing here, waiting for the double bank game to get out the way, sending partner to 2 back. We discussed this yesterday. That's to make sure that partner is not used for 3 back as a general rule. And it's interesting, he does like a little roll. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
I would have just done a little drive, but that's okay. Personal preference. And rushing blue to black. Wants to get a little north of black. Yep, got it. Very good. And notice here, compared to Reese earlier, blue is only 2 or 3 yards from black. So the ability now to put red exactly where he wants it, even though black is perfectly fine as a pioneer, it's just going to tighten and tighten the break control. And so the likelihood of breaking down is just reducing with every stroke. I mean, blue is in a perfect spot, in my opinion. He's got the perfect rush on black. And I don't see him breaking down. And to what Ben was saying earlier, he is not mentally relaxed in the sense of he's going to do something silly. He is definitely focused on maintaining the break and control and wrapping up here. Oh, and I jinxed him.
Yeah.
But I think red can see blue. I jinxed him.
Commentator's curse. Oh, replay.
We have a
coming
replay
up.
coming up.
What happened? Yeah, hit both wires. Yeah.
Just a little soft.
Well, just a little hitting the wire.
Right. Red is going for blue. He'll probably hit this. I have faith in my compatriot. Thank you.
So drinks have arrived, thanks to Bev Cardo, the USCA president, I want to say. Does that sound right?
Okay, this is a big shot here for Zach. He will hit this probably 9 times out of 10. Taking his time. It's actually a good thing to point out. If you're not comfortable, just reset until you are comfortable. There's no reason to rush this. It's an important shot. You have to maximize your chances of hitting this and just relax. Forget about the wicket being there. Just focus on your normal routine and strike the ball cleanly. Which he has center balled.
Okay, so that's his 1 back pioneer gone. So he'll have to now go to black to make 1 back.
So, Andrew, who are some of our other supporters of your and our activities here commentating on the YouTube channel?
Okay, so major support for this event has been provided by the W.P. Carey Foundation and the Palm Beach Sports Commission. And we are sponsored by Oakley Woods Croquet, White Tie Croquet, PFC Hoopmaker Mallets, and Invictus Croquet. Now, I don't know white tie croquet. I would have thought it would be quite difficult to play in white tie. Wouldn't the tails of the coat get in the way of the backswing?
It'd certainly be far more stylish.
Yes.
So Zach has done.
There have been players who played with bow ties in the past.
Yes.
John Walters.
John Walters.
I was thinking of. But
What was the name of his little stuffed whale or dolphin?
Oh, the dolphin. No, that was back in the Easterns. What was it? Yeah, I think we.
So Alison-
I think we abused the dolphin.
Well,
seem to
no, I
recall.
wasn't going to bring it up. Other than Alison Morm, if you're listening, you should be asking your husband around questions around this dolphin at the 1993 Eastern Championships in Colchester, which is actually where I met Andrew, which is why we're thinking of the same story. I'm sure David remembers this fairly vividly.
Okay, we might not go into this. So. Zach had to wait for the. We've just seen a Morm standard leave, as I'd call it. You might call it a full NSL from Marcus against Tom, and Tom has lifted the ball that was on the very close to one back. So
Okay, so
Zach
Zach
can carry on now, but he's got a backward takeoff.
got an annoying little takeoff here. So Reese
He's got some hope, hasn't he?
will be getting out all his jinxes that he can.
And it's Black's hoop as well.
Black's
so-
hoop, the 4-ball break laid. So this is a good one for Reese. If red jawses in one back would be great. Red looks pretty good. Now, having just wriggled with a W through 6, will Zach take this at pace and potentially run it pretty deep? Or will he go for control? No, he's gone to make sure. Backing himself on the little 4-5 yarder. And I think he's back in control. It's a good recovery.
Okay, so
Big roll coming up.
yeah. So interesting to see what leave he has. He'll probably do something neither of us thought of.
And Thomas hit in, as is his, I would say, usual custom.
Oh, he hit the lift. Yeah, okay.
Yep. Probably centre balled it and had to go 3 courts over to pick it up. It's not on screen though. So here comes a big roll from Zach. So Black, he is just outside corner 2. He is sending Black to 3 back, going to blue at the peg. He certainly has enough power for this. And it's nice and straight. He's just waiting for Tom to get out of the way at 4. Tom is rushing the half NSL ball to 1. And that's short.
I
So-
think he might be for hoop 5.
Oh, he is for 5. You're right. Your eyesight's better than mine. Okay, so here comes Zach's big roll. This is a big shot. And let's see how well he does. Black looks short.
No, barely.
Fine
Nine
shot,
out-
young man.
9 out of 10?
Yes. I'll give him 8.5 to 9 out of 10. It's a good shot. It's a very good shot. Red is nice and close to blue. Pressure's off.
So,
And now his US teammate is distracting him. Multiple times. Maybe the US should consider them playing doubles together after that.
right.
Tom hitting green here. Yep, center ball. Zach will just want to nudge blue. If anything, maybe cut it a little east. Take off to yellow. That's good. Now rushed in front of 2 back, and then looking to get the backward rush off the 2 back to blue. And we'll get to see his preferred ball placement on laying a diagonal. So notice yellow is fairly deep, allowing him to run 2 back with a little bit more power, so he doesn't need too much control, and he's actually just bashing it through.
So a couple of close games have come in Block B. Jenny Clark beat Anna Harrod Walters +5.
Ooh.
In Block G, Jose Riva beat Jordan Waters +4.
Oh, we should have these on court 6.
Well, it's difficult to predict, isn't it? But I think the manager did very well last night to have Jack Good and Reg Bamford on 6. That was a great game. Luckily, I was off commentary there, watching it from the bar.
The last I saw of that was Reg's rush after making 2. He did not do a Bamfordian style rush and landed up 4 yards away from a ball on the south boundary and then landed up taking off the court trying to get the rush to 3.
Yes,
And it's
that was
because-
earlier in the game.
because the rush was poor. I would not have seen that 30 years ago.
His last error was he was on a triple. He made 3 back without a rush. And Peely was in front of Penalt. And he played a big role, and his ball ended up in the jaws of hoop 6. Unable to hit anything. He thought there was a very, very small chance of sort of bouncing off the wire into Peely or something.
Well, you have to do something, but
Because he was conceding a lift, obviously. So, and then Jack just finished in 2 turns from there.
yep. Did Jack triple or was it
No.
just clean play? Yeah.
So he was already. I can't remember the exact clips, but no, just took a break round to fall back and peg and finished.
Okay.
And Reg missed.
Let's see if Zach goes for the forward rush here. Nope. He's just playing it safe.
So after all our ideas of putting balls in hoops and anything, it's just going to be a diagonal spread, is it, or reverse diagonal spread?
Looks like it might be reverse. I'm not sure that that's
What's
my
he doing?
preference.
So is that doing what, a thick
Black.
takeoff?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
blue?
Yeah, it looks like a
Is that
thick
what he's
takeoff.
doing?
Black to the east boundary going blue. I personally would have just preferred a normal spread because then all the balls potentially are down by 4.
Yeah. So we also got to consider Reese's clips because he's 1 and 1 back. So
Yeah, 2 balls at 1 back's not necessarily ideal either.
no, I think I'll have to have a word with Zach about leaves. How's much better?
You think it'll be safe for us to play after this? Everybody else critiquing our hacking about.
There is, yes. I mean, it very rarely happens, but even
I will say
even
this.
on where I'm being commentated, or even though I'm aware of being watched, particularly, I think I'm not the only player to say this. When you know that Chris Clark is commentating on you, or even just watching you, you're thinking, "Oh dear, what's he going to think about that?"
Yeah,
Oh
but
dear.
the thing is, it's just his opinion. It's not always right.
No, but he's a good commentator because he does have an opinion and he does state it
Absolutely.
very
Absolutely.
clearly.
But Andrew, we at least suffer from the great benefit that there is absolutely no video footage of you and I in our prime.
Indeed,
And we were awesome.
absolutely. I think it was a late Thursday in June '94, my prime.
So yeah, it looks like a reverse diagonal here. Black is in a decent spot. That's a really good roll. Blue, except
Oh,
he's
that's quite
nudged
handy,
it.
actually. Yeah.
Nudged it. He would have preferred, I think, to have been a little further south and with the ability to rush a bit. So
Okay.
don't think yellow's optimal, but this is a sweaty little roll because a little bit of hill and blue could open up on black. So these are never fun, especially when you had control. It just, what you were saying earlier, just one poor stroke and you can be...
It's either one poor stroke or a series of mediocre strokes. More
Yep.
Often, you know.
Yep. But you can see that. He's got about 2 feet to put blue, to move blue, and he probably has an error based on that angle of maybe 1 inch either way.
Yeah.
So,
and he's trying to get the rush on yellow. So a little split here. So this is always the debate. Do you just play it straight for maximum, which is what he's doing? He's just focusing on blue. He doesn't care about the rush on yellow. Or do you play the little split roll?
I'm definitely doing a little stop shot. I don't want to risk any.
Nowadays, but I know 30 years ago you were pass rolling from here.
I think I would have done a pass roll. It's not in my repertoire. I have a very light mallet. I was chatting about it earlier, wasn't I? It's very
He's
good at
happy.
stop shots. Anything else?
Now let's see if he can do a full 40 and rush here. Cut, beautiful full foot cut here, straight to the west boundary. Let's see. Not bad, not bad. I think Robert would have been
Ideally,
maybe
cut
4
it a
years.
bit more.
Robert would have been 4 yards further south, in my opinion, 20 years ago.
You could be right. Yeah, well, 30 years ago, maybe. I think the mid '90s, Robert's heyday, though.
Oh, he was still very good. The 03.
He's still very good here. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe since he got married and had a family, he hasn't been playing so much.
From
in the
'93,
last,
from '93 to 2003, I think I saw Robert Fulford maybe play 2 full rolls.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to give you context, and I saw him play game 1, day 1 here.
Right. Yeah, it's a good.
Absolute master rusher. So interesting here, Zach is not moving further south, and I think it's because blue is significantly off the peg, so he's staying near corner 2. So it's the 13-yarder available.
Okay.
And I'll be honest, if I was 22-year-old, youngster, first worlds, up
Yeah.
against US number 2 at his home court, and he's on fullback, I'm taking the 13-yarder all day long.
So lift black to be bulk. If you hit, you've got a break.
Exactly. And you've got to maximize your odds to win when you're playing players that at that time you consider stronger than yourself.
Meanwhile, in the second colour game, Tom Balding's taking his second ball round to the peg. Well, he started on hoop 5, so a triple was always going to be difficult, but I don't think he had.
Well, he's not there
Yeah,
yet.
look.
He's got 2 to go. He's been a little brittle in his quest for controlled hoop running. So
Okay, I think he might not get around to the peg. Yeah,
I
okay.
think he should, but I think Tom is actively working on mastering the courts as opposed to just trying to win all the time. So, I mean, he's obviously trying to win, but he's definitely trying to control the hoop strokes
Okay.
because he knows that is going to be needed.
Oh,
And blue was
well,
open.
Blue was
Oh,
open.
black and blue. I don't know. I think with the peg there, that couldn't have been a whole shot.
I wouldn't have thought so.
I would have thought the 13-yard would be more comfortable. Plus, it gives more away if you hit it. You get more if you hit it, at least.
Okay, so Zach's first task is to pick up the break.
Okay.
Do you
it's
think he'll be
fantasy
able to
fantasy croquet?
organise a delayed TP? How would you
Fantasy.
go about it?
How would I go about it? Let's see. Where is he? Okay, so he's got the rush to blue.
So black's in the middle of the west boundary, maybe just north of.
Okay, so rush to blue.
Yellow's got a rush
Yeah,
on red
so-
to blue.
So rush red to blue, red to 5, rush blue to 4, make 4. Oh, I got my balls mixed up.
You've still got, you're still leaving black in the where it is for now. Make a couple of hoops first. And then pick it up.
No, just one. So I'd be looking to probably
After
probably
4, rush to black.
Yeah, the pity here is that you've got red going to 5. So I'd be rushing red to blue, focusing on getting red probably 2 feet south of 5, right in front of 5. So it's a great pioneer. Get the rush, and you should be able to get that with blue being so close to 5. Rush blue to 4, make 4, getting the rush back to black. Then you have the option of sending blue towards 1 back, getting a rush on black back to 5. And you have the option then, depending on that rush, do you send black to 6 or do you send it to 4 back? The idea being run 5 with a forward rush to fullback. If you can rush after 5 to fullback, you just need the jaws, and you can either escape to the ball you sent to fullback with the rush to 6, or you try and jaws going to the ball that you've sent to 1 back, which is why it would go there when you went to black. So that would be I think the fastest way to have a crack. If that obviously fails, then you're looking to switch out and rush off to 6.
Okay. He's doing something different. Again, he's not rushing. He's just tapped it. So it looks like red's going to 4 back.
I disagree with this.
Yellow going to black.
I don't agree.
Is that possible?
It could be. Yeah, no, it could be, but I don't agree with this.
No. I think this makes the pickup a lot more difficult.
You have enough time, even from 4. The most important thing is to get the break under control as fast as you can. You have enough time. You can peel through fullback after 5, before 6, after 6, before 1 back, after 1 back, and you just need a jaws. So you have lots of options.
Meanwhile, Tom has blobbed Rover. So
Oh, I jinxed him too. Well, actually, no.
Well,
I know I
said he
didn't.
would
I
do
didn't.
that. Good bit of commentary.
Maybe I should go
Good
to Chris.
predicting.
Maybe I should go to Chris Clark and get on his little bookie list.
Absolutely.
I might make some money off Chris.
Yes.
So Zach is banking on this big roll shot on sending black anywhere near 5. It's not that important now, and getting the rush on blue to 4. Now, with him knowing the conditions very well, his croquet strokes being good, he doesn't need blue right in front of 4. He would like it, don't get me wrong, but he's quite happy rolling at 4 from 4 or 5 yards out, giving himself a 2-yarder at 4 and just bashing it to the boundary. Which works in conditions like this. Not sure that it works in other conditions.
So the second colour game is just marking the balls that are at hoop 5.
And there we go.
Are they? I don't
So Zach's
Zach's played the shot before the Martin.
played very well. So he's got the rush to 4.
That is a very good shot, yeah. You'll have to mark white now, I think. we got a referee on the case as well. Yeah, he's marked white.
Now what he'll be looking to do is making 4 of blue, getting the backward rush to get blue up to 4 back.
Yep.
The critical piece there is actually, and this will be interesting, Andrew, the more important ball at 4 back is not the peelee, it's blue.
It's your blue, which is the hoop 6 pioneer.
Exactly.
It's
So
7 yards away from the hoop.
So this is going to be interesting to see what his personal preference is around where he wants blue as the escape ball, which is going to dictate the peel. So, for example,
Well, he's run
Oh,
that to
my
the
Lord.
boundary. He's got a 5-yard return.
that's
He might think of it as a rush. I think of it as a hit.
no, that there was no need to do that. He was so close. So, for example, an option here is putting blue a couple of feet west and south of 4 back, so that when you rush peelee into peeling position after 5, you can go for a straight peel, getting a 1-foot rush. He's hit that dead center cleanly. So he can put blue wherever he wants here. So this is going to be very interesting to see what his preference is. Some people would be fine with blue where it is and then doing the little split roll peel, going south of blue. I think that's not ideal odds. And this is interesting. He's going halfway in between. So he's happy having a 3-yard rush to 6.
Oh, I
So
see.
he's just going to slap it anywhere
Yeah,
near
that,
6.
that seems to be the modern way. Just tonk it over to 6. Tonk it over. He's only going to be.
Oh, so
2
now
yards.
he's got a split here. So I think blue should have been further south.
Which way is that way? Yes, okay.
So that you just have a straight stop shot.
Yeah, that's the
That's all.
ideal.
That's
isn't
all
it?
you want. And he's not. He hasn't got far enough south now for it to be a straight little rush.
If you can, you always want to hit your peels
Now,
straight,
and
so that there's no pull.
Now the other thing here
Or drag, as they seem to call it here.
for peelers, in my opinion, and this is all just obviously my opinion, you do not want red straight in front of fullback here because you still have to roquet it. So
Okay,
you
yeah.
need space to move it when you're coming out after black. So the trick here is how comfortable are you getting a forward rush after 5? And what we've seen
is
so far,
important.
I don't think there's a huge appetite for that.
Okay, so he's then going to have to do a big roll.
Well, you've got to be
Getting
ready.
near red.
You've got to be ready that you may have to do that. In which case, red is very close to fullback here.
Yeah.
So that roll would have to be very, very good.
It's almost the same as Reg at penalt last night. His PB
Right.
was in front of the hoop. He didn't want it
Right.
in front of the hoop. He
Right.
wanted either side of it.
Right. So yellow could have been a little deeper, but it's okay. So let's see. He should be driving black quite a few yards northeast of 5, so that he doesn't have to have a super controlled wicket, but he still gets that forward rush. Because he wants to get close to red, because red is so close to fullback. He's really trying to make sure that he's maximizing his odds on getting that peel.
Absolutely. Do you think, he thought quite a bit at the start of the turn and then took a fairly aggressive line.
Ooh.
Do you think, given the fact that he's won his first 3 games with triples, he thinks, I'm on a roll, I want to continue this sequence?
No.
No?
No.
You don't think he's
Nope.
bothered about that?
Nope. And there, the forward rush trap. I don't think he can hit black.
So has he,
I'm not sure what this is for.
is he claiming a wedge? Has he run the hoop? I don't know.
Looks like it's through to me, but
Doesn't look like it. Well, does it?
that's from the other side.
Yeah. Really need a side-on camera. There's only so many cameras you can.
You know what we should do, actually? This is a novel idea. We should get a portable camera that Chris Clark can wear on his head.
Oh right, yeah,
Walk out. And then actually have a little
that'd be good.
mic, and he can comment. You can get some commentary on this while this is happening. So he's shooting at black here.
Yeah,
He's through.
he's obviously through. Yeah.
I'd go back to, I think this is a function of this happening, is red being too close to fullback. If he'd give himself a little more space, he wouldn't be so eager to get the forward rush.
Sometimes you can be too precise.
Okay, so here we go. We need to zoom in on this. This will be a replay, I'm sure. It's all about nerves of steel.
Oop, hang on. There we go. Oh, we've got a different angle. And he's
Good
got
shot.
it.
Good shot.
He's coped. Well done. Right.
But this gets us to a similar position where, okay, now he's got a roll to red, and he has to get good position on red for that peel now. So I would say, imagine if red was a foot further south, you'd feel a little more comfortable because you still have to rush it. He does not want to come up short on red here because then the risk is he rushes it beyond peeling.
Meanwhile, Marcus is all set up for a standard triple peel. He's just about to run hoop 2. He has.
With control.
He's got,
Very
he's got a
delicate
1-inch
control.
rush, exactly where he wants it. So both games are looking to peel 4 back at the same time, which is unfortunate.
So very, very, very important shot here from Zach. If he nails this, the triple's on. And he's trying to get yellow north of red. And it's good. That is good enough. He could have gone a little further and still been safe. Had he come up 6 inches shorter than that, he would not have been happy, but he's in good shape now. And now he has this little split peel. So imagine if blue was a foot and a half further south. It would be a simple little stop shot yielding a straight rush to 6. But now he's going to have to play a little split. Or he may just play it straight and then do the cut rush.
I think I'll do it straight.
At that range, I'd be going for the pull. It's yeah. I mean, it's that's not a difficult peel.
So blues, you're saying blues should be north, don't you mean? Do you mean north? I don't know.
South,
South.
away from us.
Okay. I don't know.
That's okay.
Right,
So-
so that looks to be in the middle of the draws. That's fine.
Yeah, that he was so close. I mean, he could have pushed that through. I'm not sure why he hit it so softly. There's the cut.
He gets control when he comes through from back here.
Well, we were discussing earlier about the blue placement and the red placement, so that's not where I would have had it. I think he was a little too tight. I would have gone for the straight stop shot, getting a perfect rush to 6. But he's fine. So now he's looking to, ideally, in theory, right, he should be getting the rush back to red off to 6. But he was too close, so he's not going to have that. So looks like blue will probably, I wonder if he'll let blue hover or whether he'll take it towards the peg here. Let's see.
Now, hover around penalt. So maybe
Yes,
doing the penalt peel. And,
I'm fascinated by this. So
yeah.
I haven't seen many delayed TPs by Zach. So
So he's bonked it to the peg.
take off to red.
And at least this time Zach got ahead of Marcus. So Marcus is now having to wait for Zach.
Well, it's deliberate. He's helping out his teammate.
Ah, yes. Team double banking. I
Yeah,
think
it's
that should
Team
be a
USA.
thing.
I like this. I don't know why he's
No, I
got
think
him.
it should be a thing. Team double banking. Double bank balls aren't
I-
outside agencies. So,
I disagree. Yeah, well, I disagree
You've
with
got a
this.
nice pioneer. Could you just knock it away for me, please?
Zach's just called him on. I disagree with this. I think Zach should have just carried on and deliberately interfered with Marcus for the benefit of Tom.
Yes, I don't agree with this. Just
Well,
mark
it's-
green and white, because Marcus has had to wait. Now Zach has to wait. Whereas Marcus, if you're waiting 3 minutes, you might as well wait 6 minutes.
Oh, maybe this is Zach's entire plan here, is to
Oh, I see. He's just waiting for one. Okay. So you got Marcus, come on, play one
straight. Yeah,
shot.
so that's cunning. He's really trying to help Tom out here. It's wonderfully cunning.
Okay. And then you say, come on, Marcus, play another stroke.
Okay.
No, go away again. Yeah.
That's a wonderful touch. So let's see where red goes. This is the litmus test in my mind.
He's sitting at 2 back.
That's what I would think. 2 back.
I've watched him play too many times. He's going to send it back to penalt after 2 back.
I don't know if you can hear Michael in the background, but he's giving commentary. He's seen a lot of Zach. It looks like red. Michael calls red going to 2 back. I prefer this line very strongly. I like what he's doing here. And black's in a good position. But he needs to be careful that he gets a little southeast of black here. He wants to be able to rush black just to get control of the breaking in. That looks very good. Very good. Red may be a little deep.
It's going to be right in front. No, it's going back.
It's a little deep. So I'm curious now what he does off the 2 back. My personal preference would be a very tight rush
He's going to rush it back.
to in front of 2 back, to pop it slightly to the left, controlled hoop with a rush back to pin with the aim of trying to jaws in pin after that rush. It's a free attempt. So we'll see. So I predict blue should be coming up towards pin after he makes 1 back. So he's got black nice and deep, so he can run this and get a rush to blue, which is what he wants, without having to hit it too softly. That's very good. Nice control. Now, he's going to have black north of blue, so he can send it to 3 back and yellow wherever he wants it. And it's going to be interesting to see what his personal preference is here.
Yeah. Croquet.
Michael is predicting blue is being rushed into corner 1 and then stopped back to pen going to red.
Yeah.
Oh, nope. He is leaving black. He is switching around. This works as well. This works as well. So the idea here is leave black as the escape ball for the peel attempt after 2 back, and then get the rush on blue now to the west boundary. And that looks good. It's a good transposition by Zach. I like this very much.
In the background, you can see Marcus has misapproached hoop 3, and it looks impossibly angled to me. But
And I will be insisting this evening that Zach buys Tom a couple of rounds.
holding up Marcus, yeah.
So Team USA working as a wolf pack. I love it. So Zach has done great. Blue is in a fantastic spot because he is on the south side of red. It's just a straight stop shot, and he'll get the rush on red to be right in front of 2 back. It's beautiful. He is... Yes, it's personal preference. This is actually his line. Michael is just commenting. I don't know if people can hear, but this line from Zach is, I think, the preferred line because he's got black where he wants it. Stopping to try and get... Imagine if you were in corner 1 trying to stop shot blue to where black is, going to red. Much tougher to get blue right. So keeping the balls close in critical positions, not relying on big croquet strokes for precision placement... he's done very well here. So I think blue and where he is, all he has to worry about here is the weight. There's no split. He can pick how far south of 3 back he wants blue. It's just, can he get the weight right? The key thing is to get the rush on red, and that looks a little short. Zachary. Okay, so the rush on red is good. So now let's see. I would be popping this kind of level with the hoop, getting 6 inches in front, ideally. See how deep he goes with red. Okay, so yellow should be south of red. And that's a longish rush. So ideally, you want to cut this north of pen and have a shot at jawsing. It's in my mind, it's a free bite at the apple. As long as you hit some wire and red stays nearby, you're still on for the peel through pen, getting the rush on black to 4 back. So it's a free bite. So I do like this line personally. That's a little too straight and deep. But notice what I was talking about. He can still go for a small pass roll here, attempting to jaws red. And if it goes a couple of inches past 4 back or a foot past 4 back, it is not the end of the world.
Penalt.
Sorry, yes, penalt. It's not the end of the world. So, but you don't have to. You can also play here just to put red nicely in front of pen, foot in front of pen, your preference, 2 feet, going to black. I will say that based on where blue is, I would definitely be wanting a rush on black to blue. The blue pioneer at 3 back is not ideal. And,
so now Zach is letting Tom play. So
no,
this team duel banking.
No, this is Tom disrupting Zach. This is
Well, yeah, but-
now Tom's going to have to buy Zach some beers if this triple doesn't finish. It's rather poor court etiquette from Thomas. It really is.
So Tom may be able to finish here. He's got a rover peel to negotiate, straight rover peel. He's approaching penalt. Brown for rover is about 3 yards north of rover, which isn't ideal.
That's very nice by Tom.
No, I mean south, don't I?
Poor Zach's on his haunches watching Tom.
Oh, yeah, maybe he's looking at the line, the hill.
You're the camera. That's what our spectators are
Ah,
seeing
I
right
see.
now. Yeah.
Never know which way to look.
All right, Tom is
There's-
out of the way, and I think Zach is actually going for the peel. I hope he is.
You might as well.
But,
As I say,
He really wants.
unless you miss the hoop altogether,
Well, you don't have
which
to.
you might.
You can. You just don't want to go too hard.
Yeah.
But I do think you really want that rush on black.
Oh yes, with blue being.
No, he's playing
such a
positionally,
poor
no.
player.
Nope, that's fine. So
Yeah.
didn't quite have the
Side.
angle right, or it might have hilled a little bit. But red is perfectly fine for the peel going to 4-back, and he's got a decent rush on black. So
To where Tom is
yes, I think
sitting around.
I would just drill this to the south boundary. Maybe hit Tom's ankles on the way. Okay, so Tom has a slightly angled Irish peel coming up here. And he failed one of these earlier in the year at North Carolina, where he claimed he had never seen. Oh, he's giving it up. Maybe the North Carolina ghost is
Also,
haunting him.
he doesn't have a ball to the side of Rover. He's got a deep ball, but he hasn't got a side ball.
Yeah,
So
so that's interesting.
it would have been difficult to finish, even if the peel had gone well.
All right.
Right.
Okay, so
So Zach can play again.
Zach is not taking the rush. He's taking the takeoff. And he needs this on the money. Do not want to be short. Do not want to be long. You need some sort of rush to 3-back here. Now, he has shown wonderful touch this game. And that looks pretty good. Could have been a foot further.
Or two further would be nice.
This is where sometimes you can get a little sweaty. Like, oh, it's got a nasty little cut here. This is the last hard shot.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just a little tension, and you center ball it or something ridiculous. So that's not.
He has cut it. But
Yeah. So this is the thing: is you really don't want to be doing this type of approach in a triple,
no.
and that's why I think he should have rushed south to make sure he had the rush. That looks pretty good. And blue is nice and deep, so he can run it with a fair amount of vigor.
And pink's in the way.
Tom just cannot stop trying to stop Zach's triple run. Okay. So Zach is focused wisely on just getting through, with blue being so deep as escape ball. The roll shot, which he's exhibited great control on all match, to red is not that difficult for him. Black is in a nice spot for him to actually have a very strong peel attempt on red, getting it deep to Rover. So the critical thing here is making sure that he has a nice angle to get to black here. So he's rolling blue
Except
wisely.
red's to the side rather than in front. It's not much different. It's yeah.
So
Does will not lightning strike twice?
my colleagues are discussing
Whether you're-
Reg's grief last night, where he rolled in this position yellow into the jaws of 6 with Peely on the south side of Penn and failed to Croquet, and landed up losing to Jack Good. That's I do not think Zach has this problem. The only issue here is if he stymies himself with blue, but that's very, very low odds that would be.
He wants to thread blue between black and the hoop and get to the other side of the hoop to bring the red back.
So it's interesting. So yeah, so he's moving.
He's not going to try that.
He's getting blue well out the way. Yellow's control is good. That's where he wanted it. Now he'll cut. Ooh, we got a little hill to end there. He'll cut red northeast, and then have a great attempt. Oh, interesting. He's going to be a little bit on the west side. That's what he's lining up. He's fine to cut a little further east. That'll do. So now he'll line up the peel with sufficient force to attempt. Now, sticking in pen here is fine. You can actually plan to do that if you wish, which is why blue is where it is. So you can tap it through and play the stop shot, getting position on blue back to pen. So he doesn't have to peel here. It is nice if you can peel here, especially if it goes all the way to rover. He is not worrying about white, so I think he's just trying to jaws. And he's focusing, obviously when playing these strokes, the key thing to worry about now is forget about red. Once you're happy, forget about red. Focus on where you want yellow on black. That's what matters. That's the only thing that matters right now. And he's done that nicely. And that is why he was jawsing. He did not want red to go through and potentially cannon yellow or stymie yellow going through. So he deliberately was playing the pass roll to leave red behind so he could guarantee getting a good rush yellow on black. So that is probably comes from hard lessons in the past that have been learned, the benefit of experience.
Giddy up.
It did the Invictus ball climb that some of the English players have been complaining about. His rush just climbed a little on black, and black came up a touch short. It's very annoying when that happens, when you're this close to the end. You really don't want to be approaching from here again. It looks fine. And he'll bash this all the way. This will be all the way to the north boundary. Yep. And now he will not rush black very far because he wants to send black to rover and then gently rush peel red through. He may want to rush, it's his preference here, he may want to rush red to rover and then take off to blue. Where blue is placed, that is a good option because the stop shot could be a little tough to get.
Maybe you want black not quite to rover, but between the peg and rover, so you visit that between pen on rover, or
it depends.
black out
Once again, I think it goes to how comfortable you get in the forward rush.
right? Okay.
The other thing that's interesting, Andrew, is that I've noticed that it seems to be that the accepted norm now.
So I think he's going to blue first.
Yes, he is. He's going to Irish. He's going to Irish.
Yeah.
The modern tendency seems to be to straight Irish at rover.
Indeed.
That seems to become the dominant theme. Wasn't always the case.
Indeed. I remember back in Wellington in 2018, we were watching Joe Hogan, the first world champion, taking part in the World Championship. And Chris had been giving him some coaching on Irish peels. So he gets up in front of rover, does the Irish peel, Peely sails off the lawn.
So the idea here is to just touch red very gently. And then in the croquet stroke here, send red with control to rover and avoid the peg. Make sure white is marked. And at the same stroke, yellow goes through. He's close enough that he has very, very low odds of catching wire, running the wicket, and being hampered from blue, which is the trap here. Some people would say that blue should be further north. So it'll be interesting to see whether he's trying to get a rush on blue, striking it through, or whether he's just going to focus on getting through and coming up level with blue. So Marcus is repaying the favor to Zach here. He is insisting on taking his lift shot and not marking white. So here we go. We've got the camera on Zach, who is on the sidelines. Marcus is shooting at white. That is an inch off the peg from just inside the end of B bulk. And this is, I would say, a death shot. Must
yeah,
hit this.
last shot time. Yeah.
Must hit this. And he's missed it by a mile.
Might hit black. It was closer to black, I think.
Looks like one of my shots. So, right. Let's see, Zachary. And
At least
speaking
Marcus
of
will
Debbie's
now,
Debbie's peg out and miss against Reg in the 95 semis at the British Open, Zach very wisely starts all the way from the beginning and rechecks his peel alignment. White has been lifted, and let's see where yellow ends up. I suspect level with blue. Yep,
And that's very pretty on red.
red's pretty good.
Could have been a yard shorter.
Now let's see Zach's approach here. I think blue should be deep of rover towards the boundary, getting a rush on black to red.
Well, that's certainly what we thought back in the 90s.
Has that
You had
changed?
to-
Has that changed, Andy?
Yeah. We always used to have a deep ball and a side ball in case we had to half jump or jump over peelee. But now they do Irish peels all the time. They quite often have two side balls. You don't need a deep ball. So is blue?
it's a nothing ball.
Blue's deepish.
It's a nothing ball.
It's neither one nor t'other. So black definitely has to go to the side. So just one side or the other, just south of the hoop.
So what Zach's trying to do here is exactly what he did at Penn. So he's looking to rush red in front of rover, and then in one stroke, send peelee through, and either stick his own ball in rover or preferably get through by a foot or two, which is why black is going where it's going. Just in case he gets through by an inch, he can just turn 90 degrees and hit black.
Meanwhile, Tom is waiting to rush white to rover so he can finish, but he'll have to wait. Sorry, Tom.
That looks pretty good by Zach. So
that looks a fair distance. Is he still Irishing or is he doing
he's
a stop
Irish.
shot?
No, I think he's Irishing. I think.
Okay.
I said the modern.
It is the modern way.
The modern
I
way
mean,
is the
yeah.
Irish. Now, if he was doing the stop shot, you'd want blue on the south boundary.
Indeed. Or certainly near the south boundary, yeah.
These ones are quick enough right now. He doesn't trust that stop shot not to roll up too far.
All right, let's see. Tom is watching it carefully. Now he's back obscuring my view. Thank you, Tom. I'll move to, Zach taking his time.
Lining it up again. We have got a good camera angle on this.
Great camera angle. So let's see. So yellow in the jaws would be ideal. Yep. And he's got a tough jump.
Replay coming up. So red hits the near wider. Let's see. Well,
So maybe us fossils from 90s did know something.
oh,
Yeah, that's the problem with the Irish.
yeah, I mean, it hit the near wide, didn't it? And then anything can happen. So
So the old way of doing that is you would have had blue further south, played the stop shot, deliberately holding yellow in a hoop running position. And if yellow just wriggled through, you
Red.
jump red. Sorry, yes. If red just wriggles through, you jump red to the south boundary. If it sails through, you then just run the hoop softly and take on black. The idea being you never want to be in this situation where you cannot run the hoop. And this is the second time I've seen this happen to one of the top US players playing the straight Irish.
So,
Reese,
First
that's,
FTP.
that's his second error of the day.
First FTP of the tournament.
It certainly wasn't a boring failed triple.
no, it kept us guessing a few times there.
So McCorkindale Jr. gets a second chance here.
Where's who won?
So it's Rover and Rover versus 1 and 1 back. Blue for one?
Yes, blues for one, blacks for one back.
So I think James Deeth would just pick up blue, shoot it black, hit it, send it to 2, going to yellow, sending yellow to 2, going to red, and then the sextuple's on.
Probably. Meanwhile, Tom has run Rover, so he's now, if he can organise a rush to the peg, he will win. He will defeat Marcus Evans.
Nice win for Team
Well,
USA.
Here comes Reese. We're commenting on the first colours, yeah.
We've got the block up.
Oh,
so,
the block, sorry.
So Zach does not have that fourth triple. And we will blame Tom Balding for that.
Okay.
That is in jest, Tom. That's a very nice stroke from Tom. You can't see him, but he's played a nice takeoff to white, getting the rush to green. Just to remind everybody what he needs here.
Oh, there he is, yeah.
A rush on green to the peg to win. So that is beautiful. It's right on the money. He's nice and behind green, and he will just play his preferred stroke of choice for backward ball control to get a 1 foot rush on green. Meanwhile, Reese has picked up black, has set up a double on blue and red. And that is a smart choice. He will be looking to go to 4 back with a tight leave, threatening the triple to finish, while Zach probably still has 2 turns to finish. So this will be interesting to see. Does Reese go for the rush on red to yellow? I suspect that's what he's doing. That seems to be the most common sense approach. Yes. So if you remember, black is for 1 back. Yellow is just off the east boundary. So he's got a straight rush. Hit red off the boundary. He's cut it a little too much.
I think you caught Tom Balding pegging out in the background of that last shot. So plus 15 there over Marcus Evans.
So Reese is probably a 6-yard takeoff here. There's no risk of going off, but the problem is that he's got this rush all the way to 1 back, and he really wanted red right off the yard line behind yellow so that he could just absolutely make sure he had a 1 foot to 18-inch straight rush at 1 back. So the takeoff now has to be on the money because you really, really want to have a good rush to 1 back. It's a good line. It's a good weight, but it's a longish rush, and that's a cut. So let's see. That looks pretty good. Andrew, you're the score man. What do you make of that rush?
11?
No, a 10 would be 2 feet south of 1 back.
Oh, right. Okay. But from that distance.
It's a 9 for sure. It's a great, great rush. It's a really, really good rush. And if I was Zach, I'd be very annoyed with myself. Okay.
So with that win, Thomas Balding is now 4 and 1, 4 out of 5. And Marcus is 2 and 1.
So Reese didn't go for the rush to red. He's got a rush to the north boundary. He should go for a little cut here. Nope. I would have cut that closer to 3 and try and get behind red. So yellow will go to 3 back. I presume he's going to red. Blue is an excellent pioneer at 2 back. So there's no real risk there. He's just got to get anywhere close to blue, preferably north of it, but he's perfectly fine. So I guess we get to see his roll. We haven't seen one of these big ones yet. Well, I haven't. And that looks rather good. Black could go a little further. Be nice to get the rush, but that's good. That's good. Now let's see. Is he going to cut to the south boundary, or is he just going to take off? He's rushed it. I would have gone for a bit more of a cut, but that's good. That'll still work. Could be a old-fashioned half NSL coming up. Is that the NSL?
Possibly. So yellow and red are rover and rover. So
Actually, Andrew, do me a favor. Go to the Nottingham website. I believe there is an online copy of Expert Croquet Tactics.
oh,
And look up what a certain Keith Wiley refers to in these leaves. And what has Reese done? He took off into yellow and has now missed blue.
that's not good. How did he manage to do
Young
that?
man, he looks dejected, doesn't he? He looks seriously dejected. And red will be lifted with yellow. Zach could actually finish in this turn. Red at black is the play here, in my opinion.
Blue's the shorter shot, but black's the better choice.
He's such a good shot, Michael. I mean, these guys, why do they
Extra
doubt themselves?
yard or two. I
Why do
mean,
they doubt themselves? I mean, if I could shoot like that, I'd be having a great time.
how many shots, hit a 7-yarder but miss a 9-yarder, or whatever the numbers are? It's
It's all just mental strength. There we go.
I think he'll shoot it black.
Yeah, you want to hit black, and then you want to send it back to rover going to blue, and then get over, and then have another bite at the Irish.
That's appeal.
Yeah. Except where yellow is, I'd go for the stop shot with the jump here for sure. That's what I'd go for. And there's no lift coming, so the worst of it's over. The key thing is just hit black. Don't center ball it and rush it into corner 2, a la bowling. That is not a good option here. That's it. Oh, he's done what I told him not to do.
I believe that's the Skinley error. You hit the ball too well.
That's the downside to being such a good shot. Frankly, they deserve it.
But still a takeoff now, and you can still finish with 3 balls. More trickier.
Yeah, it's a little
obviously.
trickier. But yeah, definitely still on. Definitely to take off the blue. That's what he's doing. I guess we could give him grief after the game here that he really should have placed red south of 1 and shot at black to guarantee keeping it down there. He's overhit that. He's overhit that. Overhit that. I don't think he's finishing this turn. That's perilously close to wiring.
He's got a shot.
I did say perilously close, Michael. So let's see.
Rich Bamford's just had a triple peel against Chris Percival Smith.
Big Bambi warming up. So let's see what he does. Blue, okay, so he might be going for the peel here. So if he can get blue south of 5 and get a rush on yellow, if I would be putting blue fairly deep. Now, the upside to him rushing black where he did is if he does not finish this turn, he has a lot of acreage to make a leave that guarantees a very long shot for Reese. That looks like it might be short. Yeah, no peel happening here. So The question is, where does blue go? Now, hopefully he's not playing American rules and run this the wrong way, but in the American 6-wicket game, you actually run rover as 5, not as rover. So that's a longish hoop. And he's through, and he's got the return Roquet on blue. So where do we put blue?
Somewhere near third corner.
And the issue here is blue is actually the backward ball. You really want black to play. Actually, no, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. I don't think
Reese will be doing a quintuple. No.
cometh the hour, cometh the youth. So okay, so blue's in an interesting spot because there's a lot of wiring options here across 5 and 4. So you could take off to yellow, but then it's a shorter shot to black. My thinking here would be nudging blue probably west of 1 or south of 1. So you either try and wire it from black, or you're going to wire it from where you're going to end up. The shortest shot will be taken. So I kind of like the idea of maybe actually towards corner 1. Make that as long as possible. As close to a 34-yard or 33-yarder as possible. Other more wicked options are blue. You may have a fairly safe player, or you could send blue south west of 4, open on black, getting the rush on yellow to the east boundary to set the rush to rover wired from blue across 4. And that would be a very long shot. If you don't get the rush, or you're not comfortable with the rush on yellow, then you can escape to third corner, and it's still a monstrously long shot. So here, it looks like he's going to be trying to wire across 4. I can't see him going to corner 4 here. Not sure I'm a fan of this. Corner 1 is a no-go because it's Oppo's hoops. Doesn't have a good rush to rush yellow to the south boundary wired from blue. Black and blue don't look to be wired. He's checked, which is very important to do. So let's see what he does. Yep, he's going for the wire across 4. It's a pretty good cut. You just do not want to mess this up. So he's doing the inverse of what I was proposing, and the reason that I picked my approach is that it would have been easier to get the rush.
He won't have a good rush back to rover here.
No, he could have a good rush to rover here, but he's got to put it on the money, and it's a 2-yard roll. No, it's a fat wire. 4 is nice and fat.
He's standing where he wants to put
Yes.
the balls. That's what
But Michael, just imagine if blue was round about there, and he had a rush off the boundary here. Much easier to get that rush straight to where you want it, and then you rush to a wired position, and you're coming kind of down the wiring line.
Right.
This, he's going across the wiring line, so his margin of error is not very big. Now, he does have very good croquet strokes. But this is the time of the game, and you know, he just doesn't want to leave anything at this point. Yellow is short. So yellow is open. And so, Andrew, do you deliberately leave the reverse rush to psychologically?
the reverse rush. This is where
It's such a short shot. Blue's going to go for it no matter what. So Zach is taking the gamble. He's leaving
This is red easily.
leaving the 15, 16 yarder.
Let's see. Yeah, it's about that, isn't it? It's, half the lawn.
From that distance.
16, 17.
So let's see.
We've seen a lot of his games because we get to watch him. He went 5-1 in the qualifier. And he hit lots of these long croquets.
So he looked dejected after his takeoff into a used ball. He should be looking at this as a gift, and he should be center balling whichever one he wants to, because it's a free shot he should not have had. So, no pressure, just strike it cleanly. Looks bad, right to the middle, and he's not happy. So, I think Zach gets a bit of a let off. But I will say this. Zach is playing with control, and he seems to be showing good judgment in terms of when he needs control and when he doesn't.
And he's got blue now. He can run to the boundary.
No, he'll just rush red to rover and get the backward rush.
I'm talking about after he runs.
No,
over,
no,
he'll
no,
run over.
no. No need to do that. Less strokes, less transfer error. Just efficient. This is right. Get an even better rush on red. So he's just playing blue here just to get a better rush on red. And if you want to be super conservative, you play your little drive, putting blue towards fourth corner just to get it out of the way in case you have some grief at rover. And just one good rush and he'll be done. That looks pretty good. Might be a little deep, but that's okay. But it's rather be on that side than on the south side.
Absolutely, yeah.
And here you can now, Michael, now you can put red nice and deep. And imagine that you're playing the final of the GC Worlds against Robert Fletcher. And it's hoop 12 to win the title, and you absolutely drill it to the boundary. Oh, no, you might rush into red here. You may run it into red. You didn't get red deep enough.
He bangs the wire.
No, I think he'll try and run with control. Nope.
Yeah, he took it off the wire to get it.
So he's just got to do a medium center ball here on red, and he should be done. So I think Reese could consider himself a little unlucky. I don't think he played to his full ability. He looked good when he was in. Definitely somebody to watch for the future. And hopefully it's been a good experience for him. I presume it's his first Worlds. So definitely a player to watch. We've got a nice, interesting peg out. What are the odds, Gregory? Andrew, odds on this peg out.
Ooh. That's far,
What's your preferred approach here?
than he
Are
wants.
you a hard
Oh, yes.
pegger outer, a soft pegger outer?
No, hard.
Are you hard enough that red
Stop
goes
short.
off? Does
Absolutely.
red go off?
Don't care about red going off. Red's going to hit the peg. It's not going to go off.
Okay.
It's gonna bounce
Okay.
off the peg.
Okay. So, what are the odds?
70.
Michael says 70%.
Oh,
Andrew
I
saw that and said 70%.
No.
The Englishman says 70%. And the senior USCA official says 70%. I'm going 95.
Are you? Right, okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
If he misses this, he owes me a beer tonight. Oh, interesting.
And
Interesting.
what's-
Okay, I mean, I'm dropping my percentage. I'm at it.
Soft at it.
I'm 80.
Yeah, that's put it right down.
Except I'm right. I was right anyway, but yeah, I would have gone a little
Lovely
harder.
shot.
I would have gone a little harder.
Okay, so.
Well done, Zach.
Zach beats Reese plus 19.
Now,
Just a quick look at the total. So Zach's now 4-0 in Block G, as is Jose Riva. Then we got Callum on 3 out of 3-1. Reese is now 3-2. Duncan 2-2. Debbie 1 and 2. So there we are. So I think that will complete the morning session.
Well, what's interesting about this, Andrew, is, we stopped yesterday
yeah,
for about a 45-minute lunch.
yeah.
And then I heard rumblings from management late in the day that we were way behind.
Five games didn't get started.
So, I'm somewhat surprised. And Jeffrey is definitely softer than Eileen when it comes to running tournaments. When I came back after having not swung a mallet for 20 years in my first tournament, Eileen happily had me start at 8 a.m. and finish at 7 p.m., non-stop, no lunch break, all 5 games, just keep going. And here we have these youngsters, and they've got to have their mandatory 45-minute break.
Well, I'm hungry now.
How times have changed. But I think we'll be wrapping it up. Just before we wrap up, we just want to thank our supporters. We've got, especially for the YouTube channel, the support's provided by Chris and Gail Barley, who's actually participating. Chris is participating in the event. Oakley Woods Croquet, and Don Oakley is actually on site. Chris and Karen Weiss, who I spoke to Chris yesterday. And then also we received major support from the WP Carey Foundation and the West Palm Sports Commission. Additional sponsorship has been received from Oakley Woods Croquet again, White Tie Croquet, PFC Hoopmakers Mallets, and Invictus Croquet. And I've been corrected. Apparently I misspoke. It is the Palm Beach Sports Commission. Many thanks to them as one of our major supporters. So with that, we will end the morning session and hopefully be back in less than 45 minutes.